Hello everyone! So today, of course, on the Brighter Shores live stream, we got ourselves something a little bit juicy. So, as you can see here, that you might have seen earlier, patch notes for February 24th, I'm reading this wrong, 24 February 2025. Gosh, I'm still not used to it in the other order. Anyways, beta branch support. Add support for a beta branch, which will allow players to get involved in testing the upcoming combat rework update. Details on how to access the beta branch will be released soon, TM. So yes, we will be having a combat beta soon. I currently have a poll on if we should bother doing it or not. Obviously, I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to stream it or anything like that, but the poll is more so if we should end up doing it or not. I didn't end up doing it for the beta before launch. There's two reasons why I didn't. One is I didn't want to be ahead of everyone when the game ended up coming out so that we could start fresh on day one like we did with everyone else. But the other reason was also because of, I was actually sick at the time. But this time we're not sick, so we'll see. We'll might have to go for it, as there's a lot of feedback I want to give. How much will they implement? Probably almost none of it. But gosh, there is so much feedback I want to give in that regard. So, yeah, we'll see how that goes through. Not sure if we'll even get in, but you never know. Oh yeah, how's our alts doing these days? What are they up to? Obviously, our main account's still doing scout. We're still in that scout grind, as is to be expected. Yeah, you're starting to get there. I'm just trying to double check if it's going to go over today. No. 70, so you're good for today. Don't need to worry about you. Just want to double check the other guy real quick. Just in case I forget, because I hate when they waste, like, all their XP, because you only get half as much when they're on the next activity. I don't believe either of them are going over. At least not today. You will be, but later today. That's a later today issue. That's, like, later tonight. Alright, that's fine. I just wanted to double check. Okay, and in other news. So, main account. Of course, still been on the 200 all grind. Only one remaining, and that is combat. Combat specifically for scouts. Today we will be doing all the Blue Week enemies. This includes the Bear and the Viper. We did, however, off-stream get a pretty juicy drop from the Goblins. It's a little bit hard to see until we get into the chapter because it's all faded, but as soon as I get out of here and actually get into the chapter, you'll see what it is. Technically, it's already there, but it's really hard to see at the moment. But let me go get rid of all this, deposit all, get rid of this little thingy, don't accidentally drink it. Best way to not accidentally drink it is do it this way. But normally I click on it and risk drinking it. I haven't yet accidentally drank it, so let's hope that never happens. So, as we'll soon render in existence, we got ourselves a level 63 4-star blue weapon. I did not craft this. This was a natural drop. I was going to, at around like 65 or like 70-ish, go consider actually making one ourselves. But at around like 65-ish, I ended up just getting one as a drop. Unfortunately, really low roll, only 75% instead of like 80-something. But better than needing to craft it ourselves, so we're just going to roll with it. It's good enough, I'm just not going to bother using boost potions. So that was kind of the compromise. Also, so I can grab the goat horn. Also, one weird thing that I didn't really notice in the past. I saw it slightly in the past, but I never really paid much attention to it until I was on the Steam Deck, just like mash clicking buttons while I was waiting for combat. Because, you know, combat's pretty AFK. So I was just like kind of just mashing some of the buttons because I have a bunch of things hotkeyed for combat. And one thing that I noticed is, I was mentioning yesterday, like, I wish there was an indicator in the game that would let you know if you're being shielded or not. This game is really bad at telling you. It actually doesn't tell you at all when you are or are not shielded. I just kind of assume it's based on the visual, but it could be something completely different. But if it is based on the visual, I have found a way to one-tick shield. Pretty sure some people already know about it and just don't bother doing it because it's so click-intensive. Even this stream, I'm probably not going to be messing around with it too much because, gosh, is it way too click-intensive to bother. But, yeah, if it actually works, you're able to shield every attack even with a two-hand weapon. Or at least almost every attack. You could do every if you're the same attack speed as the enemy. But it would require you to be the exact same attack speed as the enemy. But anyways, let's go do it real quick. So we'll go poke this guy. But, yeah, if you go and use escape and then switch to your weapon immediately, you can switch to shield. And to basically shield every attack. Is it actually shielding it or not? I have no clue. Also, you gotta do it actually in correct order. But if you do it correctly, you should maintain your full max attack speed and pull out shield occasionally. How many of these hits are actually getting shielded? I have no clue. Are they getting shielded at all? I have no clue. But your character is visually actually taking out the shield and utilizing it. So is that actually counting? I don't know, because the game doesn't tell you. And it's hard to tell based on how little it mitigates damage-wise. But if it does, yeah, you can, in the current state of the game, shield literally every attack, even with a two-hand weapon. It requires you to click a billion times every, like, few seconds. But it is technically possible, assuming it's working. I have no clue if it is or not, because the game's really bad at telling you that, though. But assuming it is, yes, you can shield every attack with a two-hand weapon. As long as your two-hand weapon is the same attack speed as the enemy that you're doing. Otherwise, you'll eventually desync and they'll hit you. But I'm not going to bother keep doing that. But it's kind of cool, though. But basically, you just have to click escape from battle and then immediately onto your weapon. And your guy will pull out the shield. Oh, you got to make sure not to accidentally stay on it, though. Basically, as soon as you see your hit splat, you need to click escape, then change your weapon. So in this case, escape into 2. How many of these are actually getting shielded? I have no clue. Are any of them even getting shielded at all? I have no clue. But it does drag out your shield every time for no tick loss on combat. I'm not going to keep doing it, though. It's way too click intensive for either no value or almost no value. Even if it is working, the amount of value it's giving is so minimal compared to how much it's helping. Or, you know, compared to how much you're clicking. But assuming it does work, if you really want to try hard combat, yeah, you can shield every single attack with a two-hand weapon. As long as your two-hand weapon's the same attack speed as the enemy. Otherwise, you'll eventually desync and attack at the same time that you, because you can't shield and attack at the same time. So you'd have to stagger in a way where, actually, am I at the same attack speed as the bear? I don't even think I am. At least not with this weapon. Because ideally, you'd want to stagger in a way where, you're hitting and then bringing up the shield in time for them to, hit you. Otherwise, you'll eventually be attacking them when you have your shield down. I don't believe we're at the same attack speed as the bear, though. Let's see, we attack at the same time. Yeah, we're slower. We need a 4-tick weapon. If I was using my longsword, I could. I don't have a spear longsword, though. Also works a lot better with slower hitting weapons. There's just more downtime where the shield can actually be active. Oh, hello, Sonny! Welcome, welcome! Hello, Isabel! Hello, Ron! Hello, Mark! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Hope all you guys been doing well. Also, I will not be picking up any of those hail berries. I will, however, be banking all these bones. I'll be grabbing 2 goat horn bone and keep doing that over and over again. Which should get us to 202 gather today, luckily. As well as get us some bones. This is, I believe, the best bone I can currently dunk at my bone right level. So it's actually a really good bone relative to our level. As far as what we use it for, it's only good for shields, but as far as EXP right now at our current level range is pretty good. Because I am actually considering the Minds of Matubin 500 all pivot. I feel like every week we pivot a different pivot. But I am really considering like the 400 all so we can make all the weapons for 2000 combat. Or at least getting it closer to there so when we do decide we want to max out combat, we'll be good to go. After all the reworks have hit. But it's something I'm actually considering to pivoting to after we get all of our other core levels. The only other really core level I kind of want to go get is 226. Well, basically everything I need for Chef and the other thing. So like, Chef is simply just number go up. Fisher is 226, Forager 209, Alchemy go up, Gather 208, Woodcutting 208, Carpenter 216. Also what we'll be dumping all knowledge into today. But after we do all those core ones, I'm really considering just going all in Minds of Matubin. It's something I was mentioning after the combat rework before, or after we got like all the combats done. And yeah, I think we're going to still be pivoting towards that. I just really want to be able to make sure every weapon, we can make any weapon we ever need for combat. Not that we're going to all the time, but if we need to, we can. I don't want to be at the point where we're at a hot combat level where I can't craft to. And preemptively making sure we get it up now will help with that. I believe we're already good for a while, but I want to be ahead the curve, so if we do decide to do combat for like weeks on end, after all the reworks are in, we'll be able to. Without having to be distracted by doing like a mining, smithing grind or something. But hello, Yusef! Welcome, welcome, welcome! Why no Brighter Shores general chat in my Discord? I have no clue. I don't really use my Discord too often. So I don't have too much of it really set up at the moment. They almost never check my Discord. I do for private messages, but as far as the Discord itself, I haven't used Discord in probably years now, as far as like actual server thingies. Like, unless I need it for a specific service on a Discord server. For example, I would probably start using Discord a lot when trading comes out in Brighter Shores, as we'll probably need to use the official Brighter Shores Discord in order to trade conveniently, as there probably won't be a really good in-game way of doing it. So you'll need like a third-party resource. I'm pretty sure most people just do it through a trading channel on Discord, probably on the official Discord. So hello, Sir Valia, and welcome, welcome. But aside from Discord services, I haven't actually really used Discord for anything in years. It's either that or just chatting with friends that only happen to use Discord as a chatting app. But I don't really use Discord servers to, like, just general chatting. It's either to message friends or to access a service that is only on Discord and isn't somewhere else. So thank you, Sir Valiant. Yeah, we're getting really close to true 200 all. The goal is to have it by Friday. Today we're going through all the blue enemies that we could do. So we're going to be doing the bear and the viper. And then, you know, just keep going through. But yeah, by Friday we should have it all done. And by Saturday we should have every single activity done once. So I'm going to be going through every single crafting activity and doing all those. I'm going to be doing every single passive because we have the knowledge for them. We're going to go through every single activity in the entire game and go do all of them on Saturday. And on Friday, we'll have true 200 all. And who knows, maybe we'll have beta access soon. I'm pretty sure we're not allowed to stream it or anything. But we'll have more detail on that soon. I'm not even sure if I'll get accepted for it. I sure hope so, though. But, of course, they announced today that they're going to be doing a beta for the combat rework. But they have not given us further details yet, as far as how to apply and everything else. Of course I will. Well, you never know. Oh no, that was one of the third reasons I didn't even try signing up for the beta as well. There's basically 3 reasons why I didn't sign up for the beta before launch. Actually, many reasons, but particularly 3. One was I didn't want to have like an advantage compared to everyone else. I wanted to start at the same time as everyone else, because otherwise we would have had a multi-week advantage. But we started on day 1 like everyone else did. The other reason I was sick, that was probably one of the biggest reasons, is I was sick for like a month straight. It was like the hardest I ever got sick in my entire life. And it lasted for multiple weeks. I'm pretty sure it was COVID-19 or something, because it felt like really different sick compared to normal. But I just waited it out and everything. But yeah, it was really bad. Like really, really bad. And the other reason was, what was I just about to mention? Oh yeah, I didn't think I would even get approved, because I have such a small channel. Because we only have like 15, 16k subscribers or so. Which at the time only 15k. Because about 1,000 of those came from Brighter Shores. Or, you know, after Brighter Shores launch. So I thought my channel would be too small to even get accepted. Which is another reason I'd even bother. Though oddly enough, we are the biggest channel that covers Brighter Shores on a daily, weekly, or pretty much any basis at this current moment in time. But only 1,000 of that is from actual Brighter Shores, though. So in that regard, we're not the biggest Brighter Shores channel. That'd be Telltale or, what's his name? Brighter Shore Central. It's kind of crazy, though, because if we were like a brand new, fresh channel, it would have taken like 3 months of doing Brighter Shores before we would have been monetized, which means everything in that time we would have made literally 0 from. It's kind of crazy to think about. YouTube's partnership thing is actually really, really hard to get these days. It's one of the hardest things is needing 1,000 subscribers. But yeah, I will be signing up for the beta most likely. Because I'm going to have like a whole checklist. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share it during it, but after the fact, I want to go over the entire checklist of what I mentioned to them during the beta. Because it's going to be very long. Like, very, very long. Like, if we get access to the beta, I'm going to have like a 50 to 100 checkpoint list of things that should be improved or changed. Will they do any of it? I have no clue. Potentially even more based on things we actually see in the beta itself. But even just things that are just like generally needed that aren't like there. Like one of those is when his shield is active thing. That's one that has always bothered me so much. Like determining when your shield is actually active or not. It's just really hard to tell in the current state of the game. Because your durability always shows the max as if you're shielded. Regardless if you're shielded or not. There's a lot of small things like that. I need to go collect them all at some point because it's hard to like figure them out off the top of my head. There's like a lot of small things like that has not been mentioned in any rework yet. They're just like small quality of life that combat eventually needs. My biggest concern with the current beta, which I definitely want to mention, is the balance on alchemy supplies. Out of anything in the current beta that they're going to be doing, the balance on alchemy supplies is my biggest concern. Because they're basically going to make it so killing for alchemy supplies is pointless. With what we currently know about it. I also hope we can end up setting our level during the beta. Because grinding all the way to chapter 3 to test that's going to be kind of annoying. Hopefully we just have it auto-completed or something. Because getting to chapter 3 from a fresh account, even when in the beta, would probably take like a good like 10-15 hours. So hopefully we could bypass that quickly. Hey, flank base. That's hello, buggers! Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please join the beta and inform us. Well, I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share publicly if I do get in. If I'm not allowed to share anything publicly, I will have a whole list of everything I mentioned to them privately. Or, you know, during the beta test. Hello, Stefan! Welcome, welcome. Join the beta so you don't have to. But yes, if I am allowed to relay info, I will. But I might not be allowed to relay anything. We don't know what kind of beta it's going to be in that regard. If we are allowed to say anything. Also, if we're allowed to stream it, I will stream it. I highly doubt we are, though. If we're allowed to stream the beta, we will stream the beta. I'm like probably 90% certain we're not allowed to, though. But if we are, I will. Do we know if it's going to be closed? We don't currently know. It seems like you have to sign up for it. We just don't know how you sign up for it yet. Which means it's like partially closed. We don't know what kind of acceptance rate they'll have, or if they'll accept almost everyone, or how it's going to work. We have pretty much no details on it, other than that's happening soon. Yeah, it's hard to tell if my shield's actually working there or not. Just because it does so little extra mitigation that you'd have to do like thousands of trials to know for sure. Every time we keep shield stagger in there. Oh, so I will probably mention it as a bug and see if they fix it or not. No, I'm not sure if I should. Should we mention things like shield staggering, the wasp safe spot, and stuff like that? It's hard to tell if those are combat bugs or features or not. Because there's a whole list of those. As well as a lot of weird safe spotting tech that you do. But it's hard to tell if it's mechanic or oversight, with just really bad pathing until they fix it. Yeah, it's so hard to tell if the shield's working now or not. Like, visually the shield is there. But it visually being there and the shield actually defending you are two very different things. It's really hard to tell from a small sample size if it's doing it or not. Oh, so hello, MK Jets. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. So hello, Dorwood. Welcome, welcome. Like, right there, the shield was definitely out in time. It really comes down to, did it actually defend us or not? Gosh, a tree has a billion-size hitbox. Why is the U tree hitbox so big? It goes up to, like, the ceiling there. You've been taking a break from Brighter Shores for Kingdom Come, but felt like logging on today. Nice, nice. Highly advise keeping up with the dailies, at least. Like your 24-hour venture. I mean, 24-hour, what do you call it? Your 24-hour, passives. Because those give you a lot of free XP. My alt account's been doing that since day one, and they're already, like, level 600 just from passive XP, pretty much. It's kind of crazy how much it stacks up to be over time. But yeah, they're doing a combat beta soon. They're doing a complete overhaul of combat. They're basically completely nuking and starting from scratch when it comes to combat. The most notable thing that's going to be changing soonish being that they're merging all combat into one big mega skill. Should you change your fishing ventures? As long as you're doing the highest fishing venture, it should be fine. If anything, I actually want to get my fishing venture unlocked. He's at 226, it should be really, really, really good. The problem is that takes like 3 days of doing nothing but fishing. Which I don't quite want to do yet. I do need to eventually do that though. But it's pretty much 3 days of non-stop fishing. To unlock the post 200 fishing venture. The main reason I want to have it unlocked preemptively is, in case they add more venture slots, I'm going to need things to fill it with. And one of the best things to fill it with is the fishing venture because there's two right on top of each other. It's a really good venture in that regard. There's an advantage that it has over any other venture. Because every venture has at least like one gimmick with it. And the gimmick with the fishing venture is that there's basically two ventures right on top of each other. Making it really good for filling out venture slots. Yeah, the 226 oyster is what I mean. Yeah, I saw you were doing it. Yeah, I'm dreading the fishing grind. It's not going to be as bad once you get up to Puffer, though. The problem is pre-Puffer. My biggest concern with the fishing grind isn't from 217 to 226, but more so from 197, or technically 200, to 217. That's the brutal part. 20 levels of nothing but mana ray. 17 of which are post 200. That's the part I'm dreading of that grind. To such a degree, I'm almost considering the 208 fishing AFK. Just to expedite it a little. But it's going to be brutal if we do that off of just mana ray for 17 levels. Post 200. Like, the puffer eel is going to be fine. Like, that's easy. The puffer eel from there to there. But getting to that point is going to be the problem. Honestly, I might even knowledge it. Just for my sanity's sake. Like, as we're doing fishing, just dump knowledge into fishing while we do fishing. Oh, I was gonna say, I'm about to steal his beer. He stole my beer. He stole the beer I was gonna steal from him. How could he? The room limit for this room is so low. I'm pretty sure it's a 2-person limit. There's only 4 beers. It's kind of funny because if you're in here compared to the other room has like a 20-30 person limit. And this room only has like a 2 or 3. It's funny because if you're doing a bunch of people doing gathering off these bones here, you keep shuffling who you end up seeing in this room over and over again. Ever since they changed how the room limit thing works. They did that for combat rework like 2 months ago. Like back like early January. They changed it a couple times how many room limit are in combat rooms. I wouldn't be surprised if they do it one more time before the combat rework. I hope that they post the patch notes to us if we do get access to the beta. Just so we know that everything's different. Like a preemptive view at the patch notes. Just to see if they actually have changed the respawn or not. As well as just to see what we're even looking for. Obviously some of the changes will be really obvious. Like, oh, all combats are one single skill now. Also, I did see one teaser image on his Twitter. I didn't feel like bringing it up because it's pretty small. But there will be a all global stats page. It's something that was actually already leaked publicly by, obviously, Samuel, community manager guy. But it's basically an image where it has a different tab here. And it has global. It says global. And it has all your global stats. The 2 that are currently there is your global combat and your global total level. What else they're going to put there in the future? Who knows? But there's enough room for them to add like 2 or 3 more things there. But initially it's only going to have your global combat and your global total level. Because those are the only 2 that apply to literally everything. At least at the moment. But I plan to stay on beers for quite a while. Like 76, 77. Pretty much right when we're like matched with Viper. And we'll do Viper for the rest of the stream. The problem with Viper is they hit with yellow and we're weak to yellow. It's not that much weaker, but we're about 3-point-something% weaker to them. Like as far as how much more damage we take. Like it's not a lot, but 3% reduction adds up to be a lot more than you would think. Especially when battles are so close. I've just wasted a tile by not manual clicking. Oh no. I should have manual clicked north of it and then taken it. Because that's where north is. Oh, so I will be banking these. Is it worth it? I'm not sure. But it's free bone rate XP. This is currently the best bone we could do right now. Both for gather and for bone rate. So it seems somewhat worth it. It'll make all of our tier 5 shields down the line. If shields are ever relevant for anything. Most notably, probably PvP and bossing. Against the current standard generic enemies, they are pretty useless. It is something that generally needs a buff in just across the board in this game as well. It's not happening anytime soon. But armors in general really need a buff. Because they're going to be buffing weapons, obviously, once we get special attacks on weapons. But once we get special attacks on 4-star weapons, we're going to see a really big disparity with how bad 4-star armor is compared to 4-star weapons. They're already bad in comparison, but now they're going to be even worse. As far as like how pointless it is to get 4-star armor compared to 4-star weapons. Even in the current state of the game, it's already pointless comparatively. But once all 4-star weapons have special attacks, even more so. Maybe something like Dragon Fire Shield. Could you imagine? That was fun. Oh, I've made so many defense piers over the years. I've made probably like 4 or 5 different defense piers since Dragon Fire Shield got released. I highly doubt they're ever going to add something like that to Brighter Shores, though, but you never know. They said that the anti-Venom Shield that we have in Brighter Shores might eventually be wieldable. Because currently it's just a quest item that you only use once. So maybe we'll eventually get venoming enemies, and if you wield the shield, they won't venom you or poison you or anything. Because they did mention already in a Q&A or the AMA or one of the things that we will be getting status effects. Currently, the only status effect in the game is stun, like when a boss stuns you. But they did mention that they're going to be adding a ton of them. So I could definitely see that Venom Shield being protection against Venom in the future, or poison, or whatever they're going to call it. Do I remember Defile? That name sounds familiar, but I do not remember exactly. Why, were they a really big defense pier back in the day? Because I know the biggest one these days, as far as like notoriety, is probably Rendy in old school RuneScape. He's probably the most notorious defense pier currently. Even though there's a lot more out there than just him. But yeah, generally people who play defense pier accounts in old school RuneScape or the original RuneScape, they were mostly people who were level 3 skillers that wanted to do a little bit of combat. But generally anyone who ever plays defense pier like that are just skillers. Which is why Brighter Shores works so well, because Brighter Shores is just a pure skilling game. At least in its current state, until they add actual combat. And PvP and everything else down the line. It's probably one of the reasons why this game even appeals to me so much. Because I've basically my entire life playing old school RuneScape or RuneScape in general. Like 95% of the time, probably 90% of the time, was as some version of a skiller. Either defense pier skiller, level 3 skiller, or something else. Where you just focus on all the non-combat stuff. It wasn't until we made the hardcore 2 years ago that we really got into PVM. And then we ended up maxing it without dying, and then kind of stopped. Because it got done basically every goal I wanted to get done with it. At least in the short term. Are we going to farm the first boss? Yes. I am planning to be on like top 20 leaderboard probably for every boss ever. We're going to be farming them like crazy. It's one of the other reasons why I even want to enable trading. Because if you're an Iron Man, you have a lot less incentive to farm a boss to the ends of the earth. Especially if they add things like cosmetics initially, like pets and stuff. Like, there's a 1 in 3,000 pet on launch. I am farming that until we get it, even if we go 5 times dry. Or 10 times dry. Even once we have the pet, I might even still keep grinding it. Though I probably would stop after having, like, literally everything though. Like, if there's some rare 1 in 5,000 and we finally get it, we'll probably stop at that point. I don't know, we'll figure it out. It really depends how they do bossing. Or how valuable the drops are. Both the drop table and the unique drops. Yeah, I'm not going Iron Man in this game. I'll try hardcore if they ever release it. Or some kind of other alternative game mode. But as far as normal Iron Man, I will be skipping on it. And by skipping, I mean we have done normal Iron Man for 1,357 hours. So it's not like we didn't get to experience it. By the time they add trading, we will probably have like 2,000 hours as an Iron Man. So it's not like we never tried it. But I'm definitely converting this account to a main, as well as my 2 alts, or, you know, the other 2 profiles that you get. I will try hardcore if they ever add it, though. There's just not really much of a point in the game having hardcore mode for any time soon, though. It'll probably be years before it gets it, if it even gets it. But I would definitely make a hardcore in this game, or similar equivalents whenever it gets something. But I will be skipping normal Iron Man mode, since we already got to experience it now. Oh yeah, I've still been enjoying the game. I know a lot of people kind of burned out, but I've still been having just as much fun as day one. The only reason I've been streaming a little bit less is a lot of our grinds are getting a little repetitive. Because we're hitting all the grind walls now that we're hitting 200 plus. Because before, in a single session, you'd be able to go and do multiple things. Like, for example, this session, we're going to go from the bear to the viper, maybe even kill the outlaw once, or a couple times. But if we were post 200, this stream would literally just be us killing a bear the whole time and nothing else. That's the only problem with why I've been streaming a little bit less recently, even though I've been playing just about as much. Is every grind we currently have to do, you already get the gist of it within like 30 minutes, probably. The rest is just repeating it over and over and over and over again. Because we're going to be increasingly barely switching activities as we're now hitting 200 plus everything. Like when we do fishing, I gotta do manta rays for like 2 days straight, and then do puff eeling for like 1 day. Like you're gonna go a whole day without even converting to a different activity. Is how long you have to stay at one single activity. Like 2 whole days. Like I'm talking like 20-ish hours probably, or however long it takes to go through there. Like, it's the amount of time that even if you spend every second of the day, it's not even barely doable, if even doable. That's the only problem with some of the grinds we're hitting now. Like, I don't mind doing them. It's just I feel like it'd get a little bit stale if we just stream the whole thing, though. This is just gonna be really repetitive. What's the plan after post 200? I plan to get all the core levels we need for everything, and then start going all in on Mines and Matubin. So the main things are cooking go up, fishing 226, foraging 209, alchemy go up, gather 208, woodcutting 208, carpenter 216, everything in Mines and Matubin go up, ideally to 400 or 500. Detective, I need 344, at least 315. Leatherworker, I believe, is 240, and merchants at least 250. Ideally 322. I kind of want to wait on the merchant grind though. The main thing I'm waiting on merchant is equipable potions. I want a 5% boost every single thing the entire time while doing merchant. Like, I just want to perpetually boost the entire time while doing it. You can technically do that now, but it's really clunky and it wastes almost more time than you gain. But once you can equip potions, it's basically just a flat 5% boost to merchant. It's also going to be how we get Leatherworker up a lot, because Leatherworker's really slow. I do plan to knowledge Leatherworker a lot. Even though you're basically deleting some money, as well as supplies for Armor Maker. Which is such a slow skill. It's one of the slowest in the entire game. It's even slower than Carpenter. I believe it is. Assuming you already have the logs for Carpenter banked, I'm pretty sure Leatherworker is slower. Because already having the hides banked don't actually save you time. Or at least not as much time compared to if you already had the logs banked for Carpenter. Like, having them already pre-banked from doing a skill is way better for Carpenter than it is for Leatherworker. You always have to take some amount of time hit to get your hide for Leatherworker, regardless if they're banked or not banked. Whereas Carpenter doesn't really have that issue. Yeah, you know, just so you can get to the higher gold quicker. I'm not really doing it for gold, though. I'm going to be saving it all for 500 armor maker. I plan to keep, like, 90%. The only 10% I'm going to sell is to make sure we don't go negative in cash. Like, I'm only going to sell enough just to make sure we maintain cash rather than go down. Which I think is somewhere around 85, 90%, somewhere around there, would get banked. And the rest would get sold just to make sure our cash stack stays even. The only reason I wasn't doing it as much as some level ranges is I really needed the tool money. So we could start getting over 25 tools for 200 all. But now that we have 200 all, we don't really need to worry about that now. Or at least not as much. Especially once trading comes out. Because once trading comes out, you pretty much never sell another hide ever again if you enable trading. Because a hide will always be worth more than what it could sell for, at bare minimum. So if I sell hides for 7 silver, the lowest you would ever sell it for is 7.5, which is more than what you can get for it now. Also, will this beer drop anything for us? So far, we've gotten nothing on-stream or off-stream. The best thing we've gotten recently is a off-stream 4-star sword that we're using right now that we got from goblins. I feel like this area set too high of an expectation. Because the first kill we did, we got 4-star legs. Also, I keep getting bad range weapons. I'm not sure why, but it refuses to give me good ones. This is like the 3rd time in a row we've gotten Javelin. It's not the absolute worst weapon that Cryo Knight has for range, but it's pretty close. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe it actually is. Because it's a one-handed, slow-hitting range weapon. So you don't get any of the benefit from the quicker ones. Plus, there's nothing in this area that's stationary that you can utilize it for higher amount of damage. There are the Vipers, but they can range you, so even though they're stationary, they're not like other ones where you just tank them from a range. I'm not sure why. I feel like I always end up not using the 5% potion for a while. And then when I finally do, it's right when I should be using a 7%. It happens like every time now. I need to stop doing that. Oh, also on the poll question for today, should we sign up for the combat beta test or avoid it for no insider knowledge? Is that 88% for signing up for it? After, what is that, 16 votes? So we'll probably sign up for it then. I likely was going to, I just kind of wanted to get feedback on it just to see. But any beta test they have, I'll probably sign up for it, assuming they'll take me. I don't plan to, like, mega grind any beta, though. Like, at most, I'd probably do the beta for, like, 10 hours. It's still enough to get a lot of feedback for it, though. Because any second we spend doing there is 0 XP on our main account. Since I'm pretty sure we can't log into the beta and our main at the same time. Well, we don't know if it's going to be ND8 or not. I would assume it is. Or if we can share stuff, it's like really vague what we can share. But if we can stream it, I will stream it. We'll do like a whole day long stream of nothing but the beta if we can. We just don't currently know if we're allowed to yet or not. So I'm gonna waste a little bit of knowledge here, but that's fine. I need to be less paranoid about wasting knowledge. Because it wastes even more time to cancel a combat and then go back than to simply just, you know, do this. Just waste a few percent so you don't have to restart the whole fight. The only reason I can think they don't want the beta to be public is because they know they're going to be changing a lot of things from the beta. So they might not want people getting a false impression of what it's going to be. Also, a lot of betas tend to have a lot of missing assets. I don't feel like that'd be the case for Brighter Shores, but I've been in a lot of betas that are missing like a ton of assets. Like literally like black squares and stuff where things should be. Any release on when episode 5 is coming? Probably sometime this summer. Around 2 months ago, like a month or two ago, they said potentially like 4 to 6 months, I think, or something. But they've been really bad when it comes to like actual dates for things. But we have no official date when it's coming. But it's likely sometime this summer. So we still got several months before then. Based on how they were wording it, it seems like one of the last few things they want to get in before launch. They might even be releasing it with launch. So it's like probably the last thing they'll check off. Like we're probably going to have trading, PvP, all the combat rework, all of that before we ever have Chapter 5. Like everything that can be reworked like we would be before then. The only thing we might not have before then is like the party system or anything like that. But pretty much everything on their to-do before launch list would likely happen before Chapter 5. Based on what we currently know. It's like one of the last things on their checklist. And currently they're working on combat overhaul. First they're going to be merging everything, which is what this beta is currently for that they're going to be doing. And then they're going to be doing, They're going to be doing a skill tree plus special attacks afterwards. Yeah, I could easily see myself playing this game for another decade or two. I know, when it came to RuneScape the first time around, we started in, what, 2004? We still play it on and off? Like 21 years later? And the other game that we still cover on the channel that we covered some videos for earlier and be doing a stream for later today, Gems of War, I've been playing for 10 years since launch. I could easily see myself doing Brighter Shores for like 10, 20 years. As long as they keep developing it and servers are online, I'll be around. It might not be as often as every day like we do it now, but I'll still be covering it to some degree. But currently we do it every day. The only few days we didn't stream it was last week when the floor was being repaired from some hurricane damage from several years back. But aside from those few days last week, we've streamed it every day since launch. And the only reason I didn't do those few days is it was kind of impossible for me to. The only other time this year I probably won't be is there'll be a week or two where I'll be seeing family and or friends. And during that time, both of those 2 weeks I probably will be gone. There'll be 2 separate weeks if it is, though. I'm just not sure when that trip is going to be, if it's even happening this year. I can technically do it whenever. Like, I could call my dad up right now and just head over there like next week if I really want to. Just gotta go set up the flight and everything. Do you prefer this to over old school RuneScape? I don't know, they both have their charm as far as what's good in them. I would say Brighter Shores is mostly the potential of it that's really interesting. Whereas Old School RuneScape is basically just building on their foundation that they already have. Like, you know, like Old School RuneScape is already completed. They could do no update for like 5 years, and there's still like 5 years of content in it. Like, it is just so content dense. Like, there's still 0 people in the entire game that have finished RuneScape as far as like collection log and everything else. Literally 0 people have done it. There's some people who are close, but no one has actually completed it yet. The entire game. Mostly because of All Pets and All Third Age are the 2 really big ones that take forever. Particularly All Third Age. Yeah, literally 0. Like, not figuratively. Literally 0 people have finished Old School RuneScape. There are some people who are a few years away from doing it, plus all the content that comes out between then. But no one has actually done it yet. The closest person is around 3 to 5 years away. And that's with them playing like 10 hours a day or something. I picked it up after Super Bowl, been hooked since. It's kind of funny. I feel like every Super Bowl, it was around the time when I got like reinvigorated for the game as well. It's kind of funny because this Super Bowl year is actually the year that we quit this time instead of getting into the game. I haven't touched the game in like 2 weeks now. I mostly just got burnt out from going dry on everything. We were over 1,000 hours dry on a woodcutting pet. As well as every combat grind, we were dry at least 2 times, if not 3 times. No, I got all the main things I wanted to do. We got a hardcore max without dying. And top 25 completion on collection log. Which is basically like your percent completed. I will be revisiting the game at some point though. Likely for the leagues later this year. And for whenever they do sailing. I might even come back for a week just for Voldemort Part 3 as well. Because that should be when Varlamore is fully completed. I'm not sure when they're doing that update. They're probably announcing at RuneFest this year. It was likely in April or May. Also, RuneScape is the most addicting game you ever played, yeah. I want to say I have like 40 or 50,000 hours across every account. Which sounds like a lot, but that's over the course of like 20-something years, like 21 years. But yeah, I have something like 40, 50,000 hours. Like, just the hardcore alone that we did the last 2 years has over 7,000 hours. I think it's almost at 8,000. And that's just one account. That's not even counting everything else we've done over the years. That's just our Iron Man account. Oh yeah, RuneLight is very, very broken for old school RuneScape. It's one thing that I'm actually kind of glad Andrew Gower doesn't allow. Because RuneLight, you basically have to play where RuneLight is so powerful. Like, you can't use any client that isn't RuneLight. Just because of how powerful it is compared to not using it. Do I still play 2004 Escape? No, we just tried it for the one stream. It was just a one-off thing. But no, I don't still play 2004 Escape. I generally would never farm a private server. The closest I've got to farming a private server are the leagues that Old School RuneScape's done the last 2 years. But beyond that, I've never farmed a private server. I've tried them before, but never for any amount of substantial time. There's one thing I hate doing with games is, unless it's a game based heavily on storyline, I hate playing a grind game where the grind could get deleted at any point. It's one of the reasons why I have pretty high confidence with Brighter Shores. And that even if this game gets a really, really low player base, Andrew Gower I don't feel like will ever pull the plug on it. Because he wants to go and, you know, work on an MMO. They just kind of do it for the fun of it and everything. Like, he's not doing it for the money. Like, obviously he wants to make some money from it, ideally. But it's more of a passion project than something that needs to be monetized heavily. So he'll easily be supporting it for several years, if not longer. It's one of the reasons why when I was actually getting back into Pokemon the other year, we got like really, really back into it for about a couple years ago. And the main thing that actually made me quit again is just everyone hacked so many Pokemons into the game that it didn't feel worthwhile to shiny hunt or anything else, or get properly min-max Pokemon. Because everyone at a higher level just hacks everything in, which defeats the point of actually grinding for them. That's why you really got into Pokemon Go? Yeah, Pokemon Go is a lot more anti-hack because of how it's monetized. But yeah, I got back into mainline games and had a lot of fun shiny hunting for the first time ever. Mostly with Pokemon Legends Arceus. Next Legends game's, I believe, coming out later this year as well. I'll probably be playing and streaming as well. But, I got really back into it. But the main thing that made me get out of it is, like, everyone else is just, like, hacking everything in. Like, when you look at competitive Pokemon, like, 90% of stuff is hacked. If not higher. Which is really discouraging. Because it kind of defeats the whole point in, like, grinding them for yourself. Which I actually enjoy doing. It just feels like a waste of time when you go and spend, like, an hour or a few hours breeding, like, the perfect min-max competitive Pokemon. And then someone hacks it in like, 5 minutes. Like, the exact same thing. Like, there's no point in farming for it. But you can hack a whole team in the time it would take you to farm, like 1/5 the way to one. Oh yeah, they're planning on adding PvP and player-based economy. They're both going to be coming in before launch. How it's going to work, we don't really know. Actually, we do kind of know how trading is going to work. The way that PvP we know very little about, though. Other than that's going to have some kind of PvP league kind of system kind of thing. Like there's an MMR system or whatever. But we do know almost everything about trading. It's going to be player-to-player initially, and then they're going to be adding an auction house style. So not a Grand Exchange style, but more so an auction house style. Mostly because there's going to be so many perks on gear in the future, so each one has to be a unique item. So it doesn't really work in a Grand Exchange style because there's going to be millions of unique items. It's not like Old School RuneScape where there's only like one Twisted Bow. It's not like there's like 100 different variants of it. But every single thing has like billions of them. Like even this shield right here. This shield right here has whatever 1 to 20 to the 6 power is. It's a 1 in 20 chance 6 times. So however many different variants it is, there's how many different versions of the shield there currently is in the game. Not counting any extra perks that aren't even in the game yet. Like if it has some kind of extra fortified armor or some kind of extra perk or whatever else. Just in the current state of the game, this thing has like over 1 million different variants right now. So they kind of have to have an auction house system, because it wouldn't really work with a grand exchange. But yeah, we're going to be getting that initially, just player-to-player trading, and then eventually an auction house system. Initially, how player-to-player trading will work is you can always trade whatever your inventory is. Like if there's someone here who needed 5% pots or 7% pots, we could sell them to them. Or if someone wanted to run these bones for us and just bank them and just give us some money, we give them the bones. So stuff like that you could do. So inventory to inventory. But if you want to do bank to bank, you got to go to Chronopolis Square. Once trading comes out, you're going to have to go all the way to Chronopolis, teleport to here, and then in these 4 rooms, you'd be able to trade from bank to bank. All the rooms around the Merchant Tower, aka this area right here, where everyone will likely be doing it. But that'll be what trading will be like. What the actual economy will be like, we have no clue. But that's what trading itself will be like. Initially player to player and bank to bank, and then eventually an auction house system. But honestly, I don't actually mind the chapter divides. I actually kind of like it. It makes it so you always know what to focus on in any given chapter. I also feel like super long term, it'll make it a lot less intimidating. Or let's say when this game has like 100 skills. It won't be that intimidating going through chapter 1, 2, 3, 4. Because you only have to focus on what skills you have in the chapter. Like a random skill in chapter 17 isn't going to affect how you go about doing chapter 2. There might be something in chapter 2 that would help you in chapter 17 to some degree. Or vice versa. But you wouldn't actually need to worry about it while you're in chapter 2 or chapter 3 and so on and so forth. Is there going to be trade me to double your money? No, that's against game rules. No scamming. They specifically have it in the game rules already, even though we don't even have trading yet. So hello, Vinny, by the way. Not sure if it's hello earlier, but welcome, welcome. Oh, we almost got our Galler level. So close, yet so far. 208's the big number we want, because that's when we get leaks. I need these leaks to be able to go and do cooking. I almost want to do this all the way to 224. I'm just not sure if I want to go do that grind right now. Because then we eventually get a really good combat potion with the Clover and Thistle. So hello, Lofty! Welcome, welcome. Do you think people who stay as Iron Man will be able to give items to other people? They mentioned that that will not be possible. It's one of the other reasons why I want to go and disable Iron Man. Because drop trading is not going to be a thing in this game. And based on what they currently said, Iron Man players will not be able to give other people items. So if you had an alt account that has trading enabled and you wanted to go give it like a 4-star something, you would not be able to drop trade it or do anything to give it to it. It doesn't work like how old school Iron Man does. Like any drops you ever get are just locked to your Iron Man account. They can never go to a different account. At least based on what they currently said. They could change their mind on that. But as they have currently mentioned, any item you ever get will be locked to your account. So if you get your 10th duplicate from a boss, you can never trade it over to a main. You're just stuck on your Iron Man account. You could sell it to a shop for whatever value you get from it. But you wouldn't be able to trade it over to a main to cash it out. What's the best AFK skill to do when you're not playing? There's a couple. Alchemy's pretty good. And the other one is probably your main weapon making skill in Chapter 3. Is a really big one that's really common. This is a little bit more annoying if you're a Cryonite though, because you just burn money. But very beneficial if you're a Guardian because you actually profit from it. But the 3 weapon making skills are really good to do. But you lose money if you do Blacksmith. You partially lose money if you do Stonemason. You only profit from Bone Rate. Bone Rate's for Guardian, Blacksmith for Cryonite, and Stonemason for Hammer Mage. But beyond that, Alchemy's pretty good. Every single potion you ever make from alchemy is really strong. The only AFK potion that isn't particularly good are the ones for the forensic activity. For the detective thing. Like these fine forensics, for example, is pretty bad. But every single potion in all of alchemy that's an AFK potion is really, really, really good. As well as just in general. Like, there's pretty much no bad potions in all of alchemy. There are ones that are more useful than others, but there's pretty much no bad potion. While multi-boxing currently isn't allowed in Brighter Shores, it's also really clunky to even multi-box in this game because you need a separate Steam account for every 3 accounts. But multi-boxing is actually against game rules. How well it's going to be enforced is in question. But multi-boxing is against game rules currently. There's a lot of skills that you can only buy so far, though. Like, a lot of skills, even if you're using a 10% potion with a maxed out tool and, you know, already have all the supplies banked, there's still a cap to how much XP you can really be getting from it. There's no, like, really absurdly broken methods, in the sense that you can't just, like, max this skill instantly with like, infinite cash. You can definitely speed it up with infinite cash. But there's currently no skill in the game that just, like, magically in one day gets the max from having infinite cash. Like an old school RuneScape where you can get, like, fletching 99 in, like what, 12 hours or something? Definitely under 20 hours, if you had infinite cash. But there's no equivalence of that in Brighter Shores, at least currently anyways. There's a hard cap on how much XP you can get on many skills. Even if you have everything banked and you have the best XP rate bonuses. Is Fear Potions going to play a good role in raids, dungeons in the future? Probably not. If they ever add an aggro potion, I could see that being good for tanks. Unless Fear Potions do have some kind of mechanic like that. Where you'd want to have the tank using an aggro potion and everyone else using a Fear Potion. Maybe to set people's priority. Because they could end up doing a 3 priority system. Where everyone who has no potion active has normal priority. Anyone with aggro potion has +1, and anyone with fear has -1. I can see that being a thing eventually. But we don't really know in that regard. Right now, fear potions are only used for skilling activities. The most useful one probably being monument pieces at the moment. There are a few others, but monument piece is probably the biggest one. Do I think there'll be a skill like prayer in the future? No. I don't think they're going to do anything like that. I also don't believe this game would ever add magic in a traditional sense. Maybe it will because so many people have been asking for it. But with how the game is currently set up, it doesn't need to have either. Because prayer is basically just a mana system. But they're going to be somewhat doing that with special attacks already. And magic, you can technically already do also with special attacks once they come in. Because you'll be doing magic-based damage. It might not be like spell casting in a traditional sense, but you'll still be doing magic damage. As well as magic damage from a range if you're doing a range-based weapon. I just don't think we're ever going to get like a magic skill or a prayer skill equivalence. Like, special attacks are basically covering both. Back to that shield stagger. Still have no clue if it's doing anything. Too bad you can't do that to make yourself attack quicker. It's always funny when you can leave combat in a game to do your auto attack quicker. It's generally something that most game devs try to prevent you from doing. Like where you do an action. Like, you generally don't want an auto attack in a game to be instant. So you can't, like, cancel it into just doing it over and over again. But no, they made sure not to do that in Brighter Shores. And if the shield thing is working, it doesn't actually make our attack speed go any quicker. It still maintains the previous attack speed. Will PvP have its own episode skills? Most likely not, based on when they're going to be adding it. As they're adding it before Chapter 5. AK with what's currently in the game right now. So it's very unlikely to get its own episode skills. It might get unique weapons and armor and stuff like that, potentially as rewards and similar things, like PvP-based armor and such. But as far as a separate skill for it, probably not. There'll likely be a leaderboard for it. Like your PvP League rank or whatever they do for it. Maybe even number of wins, anything else like that. But there likely isn't to be any skills associated with it. Or if there is, it's not coming initially. Because it's coming out before Chapter 5. Yeah, we don't know exactly how PvP is going to work combat-wise. Obviously, special attacks are going to play a huge role in them. But we don't know if there's going to be distinct different special attacks for PvP or how they're going to work it. If it's going to be a zipper system for PvP compared to normal combat, just to balance it better. Or if they're just going to use the same PvM combat system. Because Old School RuneScape's been doing that a lot more recently. Because all their PvM stuff works in PvP. But to balance that, they've been making a lot of things either not work in PvP, or change how they work in PvP compared to PvM. We don't know what route Brighter Shores is going to be doing. Because it starts to get hard to balance stuff over time if you're doing the same system for both. Because eventually they're going to become unbalanced compared to each other. But yeah, I think our end goal is to try to be able to kill an outlaw here. Are outlaws immune to anything? No, they're just weak to green. The problem is I have no green melee weapons, so it's one of the other reasons why it's so annoying doing combat here. This Crier Knight has no green melee and they range you from a distance, so I can't even use green bow on them. Just gotta melee them only. But this place is set so well for Guardian and so bad for Crier Knight. This is definitely the Guardian chapter, that's for sure. I just realized, why on earth is a bear weak to cold? Does it feel like it needs to hibernate or something? Look at all that fur. How is something with that much fur weak to cold? It literally looks like a polar bear with this one too. I didn't show it earlier, but I believe off stream we did get rank 16, by the way. By the end of our grind, we should be rank 14. And then we have truly cashed in all of our combat advantage. Or combat disadvantage, however you want to look at it. The fact that we didn't do combat for so long. Which means our true rank right now is like 14th. Roughly, give or take. We have 16 rivals now. It's actually the highest I think we've ever been. Is rank 16. Definitely the highest true rank we've ever been, but even just like rank in general. I guess there was a point in day 1 where it was like 12th, but that was before everyone opted in. Doesn't really count. As far as maintaining, this is the highest rank we ever had, so we'll be getting slightly higher for once finally. I don't plan to compete for any kind of rank, though. And if we do, it's just gonna be for the sake of it. Not to get like rank 1, but just to make sure we're still there. It's one of the reasons I do kind of want to somewhat pivot to Mines of Matubin. As Mines of Matubin is probably realistically the only chapter where we actually can get 500 all before everyone else does. Because Chronopolis is off the table, I think, at this point. It's going to be too hard to try to get there. Especially when you look at some of these distributions. Let me see. Yeah, they're already almost done. And then doing Detective with the new combat rework. But, Mines of Matubin is actually doable. And really needed for making weapons anyways. which we're going heavy on combat, would synergize perfectly with it. So we're probably going pretty heavy on the Minds of Matubin pivot, because it's the only chapter we can realistically still finish top 20 for our only top 20 in the current state of the game. This is the last thing that's even physically possible. Technically 500 smithing as well, but I'd have to burn money to be able to do it in time, which is not worth it. Because I want to do it alongside mining. I don't want to just buy all the ore. But yeah, without going out of our way, Minds of Matubin is the only thing that we can still get top 20 on. Everything else is too far away. Plus, the 500 keep for it actually does look pretty cool. Like, the Dragon Keep is like S+ tier, but the keep is still pretty S tier for Minds of Matubin. If we go bring up the keeps real quick. After I go click on this thing real quick. Oh, if I can get it. Gosh, click on the thing. I'm gonna go show the keep real quick. I'm pretty sure most of you guys know what it looks like, but it does look pretty clean, especially with metal armor. It's this right over here. This is the 500 all Minds of Matubin keep after the rework. Right here. If I can get there. Yeah, there's the 500 all Minds of Matubin cape. I really like how glowy it looks up here. And it looks like kind of metallic around it, which goes really good with metal armor. It's not as cool as a Dragon Keep, but it's still pretty high up there. Do I think they should get rid of the fuel mechanic? No, I'm fine with it existing, but I feel like there should be a way to bypass it with money. I feel like you should just be able to talk to the guy and pay some amount to fill up all the gas. Like maybe 1 silver per 1 gas he fills, or something like that. That way the actual act of filling a leech is worth like 10 silver. Or a full inventory is worth like 240 silver. But something like that. Where you can pay him to fill each gas for like 1 or 2 silver each. So in the case of 1 silver, a full tank of 1,000 would cost, what, 10 gold? So you can either spend, what, like about half an hour filling it up, or spend 10 gold to instantly get it filled. Which I feel like something like that's pretty fair. Where it's still worthwhile to fill the leeches, but if you don't want to, there's a money bypass method. Or it's still better to do the leeches, but if you're really loaded and just want to get it done quicker, you could just bypass it with money. Because I'm fine with the mechanic being there, but there should be a way to get around the mechanic. Because the first few times it's not that big a deal. By the time you're doing like your 50th inventory of leeches, it gets a little redundant. But yeah, that actually is what I will be planning to do as my next AFK, by the way. After we get Alchemy where it needs to be, and get Carpentry to 216 if I do need to do any amount of AFK on it, which I likely will. My main target's going to be Boneright. And then use Mining to try to get Stonemason and Smithing to 500, or as close as they can get. Yeah, the fact that leeches don't give any knowledge points or anything like that is kind of annoying. It's like 5 to 7 minutes of absolutely nothing at all. Like no XP, no knowledge, no money being earned. $240 gas lasts quite a while though. I think we're almost at the point where we could take out Viper. I would just rather chill on these for a little bit longer than bother going there too early, though. Biggest issue with Viper, aside from that you can't range them preemptively at all, is they do hit with yellow damage, which we're weak to. Like, compared to our physical defense, we have 3.2% more defense right now, compared to our next enemy. Oops, didn't mean to come here. Can I attack him from here? That's kind of funny. Wait, can I hit him from here as well? We got the high ground. Oh, that's funny. Too bad there's not like a high ground hit bonus. Or a low ground damage reduction. Because I know some games have that, based on positioning. There's no elevational advantage in this game unless you can safe spot them through elevation. In which case you have 100% reduction on them. But there's no like mini reduction or increase in this game currently for elevation. It's either all or nothing. You're at an elevation where they're hitting 0 on you, or they're hitting for full. Vorpal's killing goblins episode 2. Yeah, he's been on quite a combat grind. I assume he's trying to do it for legacy ranks, because he's pretty leaderboard heavy. I'm pretty sure he's been doing nothing but combat the last few weeks. Like since they announced the thing on like the 12th. He's probably been doing 2 weeks straight of nothing but combat. He's one of those few that really cares about leaderboard. So he's trying to get as high as he can on legacy leaderboards right now. For every combat. Have we done our cooking contracts? We actually have. Look at this. I did all my cooking bounties last night. Actually, technically some of them this morning. But, yeah, I did all my cooking bounties. I did like 10 of them. Got like half a level. Yeah, I really need to be doing cooking bounties more. I just want to be able to do everything from scratch. And the problem with that is, it takes forever. The main thing we're missing is 226 fishing. And I'd really rather focus on other things first. So legacy high scores go to what each reach of rank? To rank 400 still get there. Basically, you're just going to lock in whatever your combat rank is for everything. So there's basically going to be a legacy leaderboard for every combat. So if it was to happen literally right now, there'd be a legacy leaderboard that would show that we're 640 guard, 1,446 scout, excuse me, 256 mine fighter, and 182 watch person rank. But it's just going to be a leaderboard that shows current rank. Like basically exactly what they do now, but separated from all the normal ones. It might even just be a category all the way at the bottom that says like legacy leaderboard or something. I don't know where they're putting it. Probably not at the top. Probably all the way at the bottom here and just says legacy leaderboard. And then have things like this in it. Oh, that's not... wow, upgrade. I'm not sure what this looks like because we haven't gotten one this whole time. Nor is that an upgrade. Why are the bears so bad to us? We've been here this whole stream and a little bit off stream and I haven't gotten a single drop yet. Like, not even a 2-star upgrade anywheres. Oh, by the way, that was the blue weapon I was originally going to be using. This perfect 89% rapier I was going to make into like an 80 or 70 something. Like a high 65, like a 70-ish, somewhere around there. But then we ended up getting this weapon, so I was like, oh, we're just going to go with this instead, I guess. Is the other reason why I'm not bothering to boost pot? Because this thing's only 75%. But it would help, it's barely going to do anything. Compared to if you did on like an 89% weapon. I probably will still be tuning up this weapon for later, though. For like the 100-something range when we have to fight Bear and Cobra again. I don't know, we'll see. Oh! Upgrade? Alright, now that one's an actual upgrade. Finally. There we go. Took long enough. But there we go. Our first upgrade from Beers, a 71 home. In the 3-star variety. Also, one of the other reasons why I want to go get Bone right up through my AFK, I'm not sure if I mentioned it earlier, but Chapter 5, Delver, is almost guaranteed giving armor shards so you can dunk with Bone right. If it does, that means the amount of EXP that you'll get from 500 Delver is about the same EXP that you would get from 500 Gatherer. And there's a good chance the overall value of doing Delver is better than Gatherer. The only slight issue is he's used for armor rather than weapons. But the overall combination, assuming you can get some building supplies from it, is probably going to make Delver slightly better. Assuming you get any amount of building supplies from Delver. Otherwise, they're both pretty comparable. Oh, you're early for Gems of War? Hello, Chad! Yeah, we'll be starting in about like 5.5 hours from now. We'll be doing it later today. We'll be doing this until we get to our main objective, which I think is 2 enemies from now. Cobra, then that. Then we'll grab dinner, then we'll do the other stream later today. What's Chaz's level in Gems of War? Honestly, I don't even know what that number is. I know he's been playing for a while. Anything above 1,500 is like insanely high. Like that's the equivalent to being like 4,000 right now in this game, pretty much. Oh, you play on Xbox and PC? I never knew that. Nice. I still really wish that game had cross-platform across consoles. That's something I never really thought about either. I just realized consoles don't really get MMOs that often, do they? Because RuneScape's not on it, World of Warcraft isn't, I don't think Final Fantasy is. What kind of MMOs even are on consoles now that I think about it? The only one I can think of in recent time that I've played is Palia, which is on PC and Switch. It's basically a Switch exclusive, I believe, for console. But the most people play on the PC version. Is there a benefit to having ults in Gems of War? No. The main reason people do is it's not only cross-platform with PC Mobile. Every console version is a separate thing. So some people started on console but then started a PC Mobile version as well. As it's the only one that's like properly cross-platform. Yeah, a lot of games like that don't generally branch off to console. Or if they do, they kind of do separate versions. Same thing with Brighter Shores. Like, Brighter Shores will eventually have a mobile version. But I highly, highly, highly doubt this game will ever have a console version. And even if it does, I'm not sure how they're going to logistically make that work for cross-platform. Which is why a lot of people just don't bother, especially with MMOs. So thank you, Yusef, for the continued support. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we finally have it updated with all the Brighter Shores icons as well. Which we've had them for about a month now. I say that as if that happened recently. I think we got that done back in December. What's nice about it too that I learned from all the people that dumped so many at the beginning of Brighter Shores is when it comes to emotes on YouTube, YouTube only looks at your highest number that you've ever had rather than current number. So we could have like 21, 22 emotes or something. Even though I think with the current amount of people who've joined the channel, I think it's only like 10-ish. But it locks you in at the highest number you've ever had. It's a nice feature. I'm not sure how Twitch works in that regard. But YouTube seems to have a lock-in feature. So there's never going to be a point where we add an emote and then it gets deleted. And we can still change them into anything we want as well. Which at some point I'll probably adjust some of them. I do wish one feature that YouTube would add to it, which they don't currently have because they want their money, is there's no way to enable it so people who are joined don't see ads on the channel. They're too money hungry to ever allow that. They want those cents of ad revenue. Because if that was a feature, I would definitely enable it. But it's currently not because they want to get people to buy YouTube Premium. Oh, so at this point, we've kind of gone to only getting one bone. My inventory feels so slow because I'm only doing this one goat horn spawn. Because if we do it this way, it's 0 tile. And they're perfectly in range of being able to hit them. So I'm doing one bone only. Hey, it's better than none. And it's 0 tile gatherer as well. Gotta love 0 tile XP. Someone named herself Mouse. There's really that many mice in the game? Someone named just Mouse is the 20th mouse. That's a lot of mice. Not sure why I'm checking this as if this will be better. Yeah, I'm not sure why I even checked that. I'm checking a 2-star leg like 10 levels lower. I mean higher. As if it'll be better than a 4-star. Not sure why I even bothered checking. I was just kind of hoping like maybe one stat is higher? Nope. I have it close. Yeah, level 77 and one more level after this one. We'll go and try the Vipers then. And we got to say goodbye to our bones, unfortunately. There is chestnuts that you can grab in the other room, but I believe they're capped at whatever level they're currently at. Which is not particularly high. I believe it's like a 150 something chestnut. Where's chestnut? Catkin's the other one. Where's chestnut though? Yeah, it's a 156. It's not that good. And there's no tool that makes it go higher either. Unlike these, which have the rake. Hey, about to get a carpenter level. Doesn't really do much until we get to 216 though. Hello, Violetta. Welcome, welcome. Is the mace a good weapon? It's okay. You generally only use it if the enemy is weak to yellow specifically, or if you get like a really good 4-star one and just don't have anything better. The biggest issue with it is that it's one-handed. And generally one-handed weapons have less overall damage. But as long as you're fighting something specifically weak to yellow, it's fine. It'll probably be a lot more viable after special attacks come into the game. But in its current state, you generally don't go out of your way to make it. You only really use it if you happen to get it as a drop and don't have anything better. Oh, oh good. Almost need a heal potion. You're going for one of the shades? Yeah, there's no green melee weapon for Crown Knight. So normally if you need a default to a weapon, you go with the longsword. The longsword on Crown Knight, the really bulky one. That's made with 4 platinums. With the thin bulky one. Not the really, really bulky one, but not the broadsword, but the other one. The really thin one. But, yeah, longsword tends to be the main go-to weapon if you need something that isn't blue. As it's the only class that has a physical 2-hand, and it is really good. The only time you don't use it is if some enemy is weak to blue. In which case you tend to use rapier or broadsword instead. But assuming they're not weak to blue, you can longsword literally everything. Even things weak to blue if you really want to. It's actually good enough to just work against like absolutely every unit if you really needed to. Tends to be the main go-to weapon a lot of times. Yep, no problem. Did the bone respawn yet? I can't tell what our legs over top of it did. Let's get into position to go grab it. We gotta go bank again finally. Honestly, maybe we go to Vipers now since we have to bank anyways. Where is the closest Viper? Can I just walk there from here? Kind of. Not really. But we're gonna try them. What's the worst that can happen? Sam's giving people beta access currently? Is he? Wait, is he streaming right now? Oh no. Well, I'm pretty sure it's an access code. Did he, like, share the code publicly or something? Or he's just, like, PMing it to people? Gosh, I'm getting so lost. I'm still not familiar with this farce, even though we've been here so much lately. I just want to double check something. What's the XP drop for this? If it's under 2k, we're not going to bother. Ah, it's 2.1k. Oh, before we do this, I want to drink a potion first. Alright, let's see how badly this goes. It will obliterate it a lot more than I think we will. Alright, we're definitely going to need a heal pot every fight. There's definitely way less chill. But it did die. It is quite a bit more XP. Seems like only known trusted people in the community get a code. Oh no, am I known in the community? I feel like I somewhat am, but no one on the Twitch side knows who we are. Like, at all. He says never use Twitch. Is this any good? I don't believe it is. No, that's worth like nothing. Oh, that is confirmed. They do drop skills though. Which means they do drop their better skills later down the line. That's used for the yellow potion. Yeah, that's good to know. What level gatherer do you need for the higher level skill? Yeah, at 296 you can gather it. I wonder what level snake you need to kill to get it. At 296 you can gather it. The highest tier snake skill. I do not know what level you can start getting as a drop though. It doesn't look like it's too bad. Might need to heal some fights. Honestly, almost every fight at the moment. But the Viper's still going down. Honestly, these potions are like under 2 silver each. It's pretty free to go chug one every time. If we need to do that for better XP rate, it's probably worth it. Oh, so whatever drops they do give, we can wield it in 1 level, aka half a level. Oh, I thought that would be a drop for a second. That is a drop, that's not an upgrade. Or it's not a noteworthy upgrade. Obviously 2-star weapons we don't really care about too much. Since if we ever need one, we just craft a better one. If we get unlucky from drops. We will technically need one after this enemy. I'm almost tempted to make a fire sword for the next two because we're going to have the back-to-back fire weak enemies. But I'm not sure if it's going to be worthwhile to do that. I'm probably just going to longsword around like 80 something-ish. Honestly, even at 82. Like somewhere around like a low 80, I want to go make a longsword. I already have the longsword as well, I just need to go upgrade it. And I believe we got a bone right item, so the only thing I need is a hammer mage. Or vice versa. I know I got one, I can't remember which it was. I'm pretty sure it was a guardian item. But I almost want to go check what this stream thing is that you're mentioning. Because I've never caught in a single one of Samuel's streams. Let me see, has he mentioned it on his Twitter? Or even his Twitter? Let's see. Andrew Gower has mentioned nothing on it. Not even the update that happened today. Let's see, has... what's his name done it? Fen Samuel. No, he has also not mentioned anything on his thing. Where on earth is Twitch? What is this foreign thing? Let's see. Twitch. Up. Yep, he is streaming right now. I think I have found the stream. So what, is he just handing out codes to people in chat or something? Or is he specifically streaming it? You ditched your stream to come back here? That's funny. Alright, I'll just peek at it. I'm pretty sure if I mute it, it won't do anything. Just gotta get bombarded by a billion ads. Oh wait, he's offline now. Wait, he's already offline. Wait, what? I'm so confused. I clicked on it and it says it's offline. Plus I have no clue how to use Twitch. Well, whatever he was doing, it's already gone. Let me try clicking refresh. Yeah, it's gone. But since we are here, we're actually the second most viewed stream right now. Only behind Vorpal. Which makes sense, he's rank 2 in the entire game. Basically rank 1. Because the other guy kind of hides. So technically he's actual rank 1. Aside from actual rank 1, technically. We're second most viewed stream then. Because Samuel's not streaming now. Or maybe he just had to reset his stream thingy or something, I'm not sure. It makes sense though, that's about where we have been most of the time. I just wish there was more people on the YouTube side though. Like, I haven't seen like any single person there on Twitch. It looks like about 8 people are going right now. The overall viewer base seems to be pretty low. Like, there's only like 100 people total watching Brighter Shores right now on Twitch. course, that number is even lower on YouTube right now. Oh, I didn't mean to use that, but sure, let's go for a little bit extra power. I'd say I probably should be on these so we don't have to drink. The only reason I have been is because the weapon is a bit lower. Like, if this was an 80% plus, I'd be doing it like every single time. Under 80% is a little bit more sketchy on the amount of time wasted drinking it relative to extra damage gained. Like, it's still helping. Just a smaller amount. Oh, good thing I drank there. If we would have missed, he would have killed us. Because we had 25 and he had 28, even if we got the 3 regen. Oh, yeah, there's something else that's kind of interesting. They actually don't have tick eating in Brighter Shores. I was noticing that some earlier with some of the damage with healing and everything. But you can't heal the same tick as something else to overheal beyond their damage. Because everything rolls its full amount of damage regardless what your HP is. So it seems like this game doesn't have tick eating. Or if it does, the time window is so short that it's kind of hard to get. Since it's like half the time as old school RuneScape's tick eating. But from what I can tell from what I was testing, tick eating does not work in this game. Basically the act of healing at the same time that something would have killed you for lethal damage from a range. Because it seems like they will always hit for their full roll regardless of what your current HP is. Oh! Oh, that's a drop! And we just got level 17! That's an upgrade! Nice! Alright, there we go. Honestly, these Vipers are a lot easier than I thought they'd be. The main thing that's helping is they're still weak to blue. Like, we're weak to yellow, they're weak to blue, we're both weak to each other. We're not that weak to it. Compared to the bear, we have, like 2.7% less reduction. That's not that bad. Like, that definitely helps, but it's not that much. Oh no, I'm gonna... Okay, I was gonna say, I'm gonna chance it. Gosh, these things are annoying. Aren't they slow hitting too, which is even more annoying? The slower something hits, the more annoying it is. Even though your weapon normally wants to be higher attack speed for higher consistency, it's actually slow attack speed enemies that are more annoying because they're more volatile. It's kind of like the exact inverse of what you want to have for the player. As it's way more consistent if you have a super high attack speed weapon. Assuming you have the same amount of power. It's actually the exact opposite for when it comes to an enemy. An enemy is actually more annoying when they have a slower hitting, higher range attack. Because generally speaking, when you're both even with an enemy, like, you will always win. But if they have a really volatile amount of attack damage, and they keep rolling really, really, really lucky, you can actually die to them, compared to something that attacks really quickly. Which is why the hags in Chapter 4 are so annoying. Because they have the slowest attack in the game. It also means they're most volatile. You could easily kill 10 without a single issue, and then one just randomly nukes you out of nowhere. But yeah, if we do end up getting beta access, I'm going to be playing that so much. I really want to see everything they did. I'm going to leave them like a whole spreadsheet of changes. It's going to be like a Word document of like 10 pages bulleted pointed. No, it probably won't be that much. It will be a lot though. And if we are allowed to stream it, I will stream it. And if we're not, I'll just show the change log that I gave to them. Our version of a change log. I'll probably separate it into two categories, though. Things directly related to the beta and things that are related to combat. That aren't necessarily part of the beta. They're still really relevant to mention combat-wise. Please hit higher than a 1. Can't wait till we get minimum hit on the skill tree so badly. As well as the special attacks have them. So we never have to see a 0 or a 1 or even a single digit number ever again. Not sure why I keep coming to this one. If none of these are getting attacked, it's a lot more efficient just to keep going between these two. Because these are only 4 tiles away. This one is, even if I corner it, it's, oh no, there's actually 4 as well. But it has to be a corner, snake. I can't just directly go into it. But never mind, they're actually all 4 tiles away perfectly. As long as you corner this guy when you do him, and not just go straight in. And each one is exactly 4 tiles from each other. It's 5 tiles if I go directly into him, though. But if you attack him from this tile, it's 4 tiles between every single one. Because it doesn't cost an extra tile to get there. Yeah, good thing they added a snake here. This actually makes this pretty nice. I wonder if there's a better way to do it in the other room. Let me go double check the proximity in the other room. Because I always just happen to use this room. I want to see if the other one's actually any better. Yes. Soli's here, though, at the moment, though. He has a 2-tile snake. He's at the really efficient spot. So yes, there is a more efficient spot, but someone's currently using it, so I can't use it. But yeah, this would be the best place to do it. It's only a 2-tile instead of a 4-tile. Where's the fourth snake in this room? Oh, it's all the way over there, like a mile away. But yeah, the most efficient way to kill snakes would be kill this one and kill that one, so only 2 tile. It's currently occupied though. I'm not gonna crash him. But we could. No, we're not going to. It's not that big a deal to walk an extra 2 tiles every time. $80 more fishing level, so close, but so far, nice. Honestly, it doesn't take too bad, if assuming that's pre-200. I'll go by in no time. There's one of the reasons why I'm dreading the 226 fishing grind. Because getting 26 more levels is the equivalent of getting 104 pre-200. Which is quite a lot. That's why I've been putting off the 226 grind. Because you basically have to halfway max Fisher again. Oh, you're at 420? Never mind. That's gonna take forever. Good luck. That is pretty close, though. Relative to 500. But that's gonna take a mile and a half of time. Hope he's using the other good weapon. We'll be upgrading ours to that soon. Not sure the exact level that we're going to be doing it at. I might just make it off stream as well. I'm trying to remember if the Outlaw has any secondary ingredient drop. Maybe I'll check the wiki real quick. I know it doesn't have EXP pot, even though that would be cool. I just want to see if any of them drop anything. Could just be that it's not on the wiki as well. They probably don't. Oh, they drop apple. Alright, what level did they start dropping better apple? Because it's actually a good way to bank that apple. Okay, you start getting it at, whatever this guy is, most likely. You get it at level 126. Yeah, 126. Alright, that's good to know. Yeah, level 126 you start getting that apple. That's used for the, Oh, is that only the 6% pot? I thought that was 8%. Okay, now I gotta go check. What is that apple used for? Wait, is there a better apple? Yeah, there is a better apple. So that means that one's for the 6%? So never mind, that one's not as relevant then. Never mind. Yeah, that's the 6% apple. Never mind. That's not the 8% apple. You don't get the 8% apple until probably post 200. No, you You don't get it till the final one. That might change after the combat rework, though. But, yeah, you don't get it till the level 372. That's unfortunate. I just wanted to check. I believe that's somewhat close to a bank compared to where apples normally are. Because the outlaws are here. The bank is there. And the apples are here. And they're both about the same distance. Oh no, if you're doing them in the south side of this room, it is technically slightly quicker to bank apples from killing outlaws than it is to do it from actually gaining apples. Though of course your rate per hour is going to be way worse. But your bank time to bank them is shorter for outlaws. There's less apples per hour, but the apples that you do bank get banked quicker. And the bears drop the howberries, which I believe are for the other half of the potion. So the final tier of both of those actually aren't too bad then. Because everything you need for 8% pots is from killing the two. I don't believe the bear is quicker than just banking howberries though. Especially once we get a better teleport for howberries. Because this thing is literally one room from a teleport. The problem is banking it is not that close. Honestly, it seems like it's closer than bears. Dude, that's where bears are. And that's where the store drift is, and then you just go right there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's quicker doing them. For outlaws, apples better on outlaw. But bears, howberries are kind of pointless. Especially since you can just get the bone while you're there. No point on wasting on the howberry. So you'd probably bank the apples and just buy the howberries from the shop then. Or the only exception being if howberries ever get a better teleport. And by that I mean a better way to store them. Obviously their teleport is amazing. That's not the problem. This teleport's not the problem. The problem is getting to a closed bank. The teleport is great. Its proximity to a bank is not, though. Someone was out of health potions. Should probably go get some. Don't kill it. No, I saw that coming. Well, time to go get some. Thank you, Snake. Well, I guess we're doing it now. Hey, it's our first Defty stream. How long did it take us before we died? It took us 2.5 hours about. A little under 2.5. Alright, while we're here, let's go do a cooking contract, I guess. Or at least grab them. Also, I know this is way slower than just grabbing a whole stack of them. But it'll bother me to no end if they're not perfectly even. Anything here worth doing? Yes, and barely. We're not doing them right now, though. Just stacking them for our next delay. Where I ignore them for the next week again. You know what? I might even bring out the boost potions. There we got all those. I need heal and boost. Oh, I'm really low on boost potion right now. That's fine. We're almost done with this enemy. Oh yeah, I should probably use some of these potions that we just grabbed. I like started his fight, it's like, oh yeah, I should probably boost. Whoops. That's fine though. It's kind of why we brought them. Because we only need around 80-ish until we can take out the outlaw, probably. Or maybe we'll camp them a little bit further though. But I feel like at 80 I would want to make the longsword upgrade. I believe we only need to do one craft. Everything else should be banked. I'm actually double check that now just to make sure. Pretty sure it is though. Level 78, nice. 2 to go. Yep, Guardian Weapon, and that's what I thought. Guardian Weapon and Longsword. Oh, I can wield this now. I didn't earlier because I couldn't wield it at the time, and now we can. Almost forgot about that. I did actually have another upgrade. Completely forgot about that little guy. We also got that off stream. Another one of those old drops. Also, honestly, our percentage is so low in this weapon, I'm really not sure if it's actually even worth using a plus 40. Might just be better off just throwing a heal when we need. Because if we have to use both, that's really bad. The reason for using a crown is I'm hoping we can get the kill slightly quicker while not needing heal pot. But if we need to do both, then that kind of defeats the point of even dragging this in the first place. I'm not sure why. I keep going in a triangle here. I think this is a habit because we did the same thing with the plant. Where we did like a triangle of plants. I'm really glad they added this one spawn though. Before the update about a month ago, there wasn't actually a spawn here. But they made sure that every single room has 4 enemies in it. And this was one that actually had only 3. It was this one, and that one. This was the new one that they added. This little guy right up here. They also changed the terrain slightly to add him as well. Pretty sure there was a random like tree here. Like one of those trees you can't woodcut. One of those like decorative trees. The fake tree was here. And then they put a little bit of elevation here with a snake. Which is nice because it makes this area a lot better to do compared to before. The other spot's still better though. But now this is the next best spot. I might just keep camping these two. Because normally if someone's coming into this room, they're coming from over there or over here. And if that's the case, then those are the 2 most likely to get aggroed. This one can too, but normally people don't come from the south. If they're gonna come, they're most likely come from west. So I should probably not take that snake then. Ooh. This is actually a lot more interesting than it might seem. I think I have a armor upgrade. I do believe that is an armor upgrade. That's something we get to do that often. Now it comes down to what slots should we do? Helm, torso, gloves, or boots? Oh gosh. Come back, stream. Are we back? I'll wait till we get back before we go math. Actually, maybe I should do it the other way around. Alright, has the stream reconnected yet? Hello, hello, hello. I probably should have by then. Alright, oh, let's see. 53, 74. Okay, where was I mapping? Trying to figure out what number this comes out at. And then, what was the other number I needed? The new 74. Plus 74 equals divided by 3. We would get exactly a level 68 4-star boot. Alright, let's go do it. Is it worth doing that just for the upgrade? Probably barely. But we're doing it. Let's go do it. We very rarely get to have an armor upgrade. I think per chapter we've done like 1 armor upgrade that was actually worthwhile. This might be the only one we get this entire chapter. Because it's just really unlikely that you not only get a piece of the other two, but also get it at a level range that actually matters as an upgrade. Alright, let's see what kind of stats we're doing right now. For example, we got like a 121 and a... oh no, let's just compare these two. 121 and 134. Yeah, we already knew it was going to be 68. 121, 124. 121, 134, I mean. 121, 134, 117. That's a little bit of an upgrade. It's not that big. It's better than nothing. An upgrade's an upgrade. I've been seeing codeine so much recently. Like, I feel like any farm I've been doing recently, I've seen him every day on it. I think it's because he pretty recently completed out Chapter 1, and now he's moving on to Chapter 2, whatever his goals were. Which is pretty much what we just did recently, which is why we keep seeing him. He's using Chapter 1 pretty recently, pretty heavily, and now he's doing Chapter 2 pretty heavily right now. Which is exactly our situation. Oh yeah, that's also why I mentioned that's probably the one I'm gonna not take. Because this is the most common one to get sniped by people just walking by. So let's stick to these 2 snakes if the other room's already occupied. Oh, he's doing the quest. That's actually a really low level to do the quest. I wonder if he's free to play. If he bought membership and then went free to play. Because if he's actually doing the quest right now, that's a really low total level to do Lost and Found. I mean, not Lost and Found, I mean Forgotten Things. Alright, level and a half, and then we'll go make a weapon and start doing Outlaw then. Because honestly, Outlaw should be way easier than this. This one's just way too volatile. The biggest downside with volatile, I mean, the other one is you can't range them. But in all fairness, we also can't pre-range Viper. These 2 enemies in particular are probably the worst 2 to deal with in this chapter. Because this is a fake stationary unit that's basically just a range-only unit. And this is something pretending to be melee, but hits you with range. But these are by far the most 2 annoying in this chapter. Everything else is pretty straightforward. But the easiest probably being the Goblin because of the billion safe spots it has. The dog's going crazy. I think one of the floor people were checking something. She's going crazy because she's barking at the person checking the floor. Because I think something was slightly off, so we're getting it checked. But a dog is all bark and no bite. It just loves barking at everything. I will never attack anyone or anything, but it loves to just bark intimidatingly at things. Oh, is that an upgrade? Probably not. Still want to check just in case, though. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's technically a Necromay upgrade. Problem with that is next Necromay enemies until but does it even hit with Necromay? Yeah, it does. Oh, is there only one Necromay this entire chapter? I didn't realize that. It's only the Shade, which is way too far away. So yeah, this is just a drop. So I might as well keep it on me. It's not like we're picking up anything else from these. The snake skills just aren't worth it. So in case we inevitably die sometime. We start keeping some of these. It's better than nothing, I guess. Because we're not using the inventory for anything else. Gosh, these things are so slow, though. It's only like 3 to 4 silver each for a 1-star. That's something I do want to test when we do the beta, assuming we do get the beta. I want to see what some of the drops look like at various level ranges. Because they said that, for the most part, you should be making the same amount of money at every combat range. Like, you know, compared to now. But I'm not sure exactly what they mean by that, because what does that mean when you hit level 600? Are you making more than what you would have at 500? Comparatively? Because that goes pretty high then. Assumably, I assume they mean that, like, divided by 5. Like, the amount of money that you would make at, let's say, Combat 1000 is how much you would currently make at, like, Combat 200. AK about, like, 10 silver per drop. Oh wait, he did post a thingy. Oh no, that was Rickroll. Ah, that's funny. I just got Rickrolled. I just was rechecking Samuel's Twitter. And I saw a link of something that I didn't see earlier. And it's literally a Rickroll link. Gosh, getting Rickrolled in 2025, that's funny. Yeah, let's see if the better spot is in use or not. Oh, it's all mine! Alright, maybe he's banking. But whatever it is, it's ours now. Give it that spot. Look at that, the precious 2-tile diagonal. We've now claimed the better spot. What's interesting is you can even do 1 tree or 1 snake skill here. 1 tree is a little clunky. 1 snake skill is pretty free. The problem is that's not worth it until like level 300 something. It is not worth it at all until 296 plus Gatherer. Which I assure you we are nowhere near anytime soon. But you can get 1 skill for free over and over again. It's only a 2-tile path instead of a 4. Only reason I wasn't here earlier, someone else was here. But they have left, so it's ours now. Plus we got a little bird. But you can either go for 1 tree or 1 scale. 1 tree is quite a bit further away though. 1 scale is pretty much free. And the best part is you're never going to get crashed by someone. Because that snake will get that end, and that snake will get that end. Which will protect your location. They're guarding our safe spot. As long as someone just doesn't randomly attack this one, we should be fine. Which they would have to go really far out of their way to go do. I might just stay on these Vipers a little bit longer. I'm not sure. Depends if we get an upgrade or not. Oh. We got everything we need to make our weapon, though. The only thing I have to make is the stonemason component. Which we already have banked, of course, as we do with pretty much everything. Shouldn't take that long to go utilize it. Alright, next knowledge point I will put in that activity. I just didn't want to do it now because we had the 7%. We always make the weapon at 80, I think. That's fine. Earlier we get to the next enemy, the better. The only big issue with upgrading now is I gotta use this weapon all the way until... Wow, how far do we have to go? That's actually really deep. When do I need a blue weapon again? The 121 beer. That is so far away. That's the only slight issue with making this longsword now. Oh no, I guess I could still keep rocking with it. At some point, hopefully we'll just randomly get an upgrade. Because otherwise, I would have to make a level 80 longsword last all the way till like level 115. Or it'd make like a better blue weapon by then, if we don't get a better drop by then. It's like a good 35 levels we gotta use the longsword at level 80. Assuming we don't get any drops. How do you chuck underneath? Is there not a way to... There we go. I was gonna say, I know there's a function for it. I do wish they would make that a little bit more intuitive, though. Like the way that you search items underneath a unit. Because rotating through a bunch of clicks is not particularly intuitive, like at all. Like if you know that it's a mechanic, like yeah, you could just do it. But I'm not sure how new players stumble upon that on accident. Unless you already know it's a mechanic. I just realized, how many spawns are there of the flat snake? Oh, it's 8. I was gonna say, if this was a 6 spawn, it might actually be worth grabbing this, but no. I guess our chestnuts were in the other room. I don't know, what level do you get better chestnut? I feel like a big issue with a lot of these resources is they're not good until post 200. There are so few gathering materials that are worth picking up before then. As far as like the really weird ones. Yeah, there's the snake thingy. Where is, Oh wow, is it even deeper than that? That's kind of concerning. What am I even looking for? I was just thinking of it. Oh yeah, chestnut. Oh wait, does chestnut not go any higher? Oh wait, it doesn't. Because the chestnut's already for the best tree. Okay, so it has a little bit of a chapter 1 issue in that regard. There seems to be a recurring issue with both chapter 1 and 2. Yeah, the best chestnut tree in the entire game is at level 153 or something. Like, this is the best chestnut tree. The 156 chestnut. It doesn't go higher than that. That is the best one. That is so low. It's like about as good as a kelp. Like, it's scaled basically like chapter 1's kelp, which I believe is a 161 and never goes higher. It's basically the same thing, but for chapter 2. They're both a 6 spawn as well. The only difference is the chestnut's in a dangerous room for half of them. But the 2 rooms are next to each other. Whereas the kelp are further apart, but there's no dangerous room you have to go through. half a level to go. So game plan then will be sell all this, store all this, get our stonemason item. Oh yeah, I should probably figure out what the number that is. Actually, I'll figure it out after. It's not that big a deal. I wish you could see it without clicking it. I want to like get to this menu but not stall like half a minute. Oh, and is that an upgrade? Oh, it's untuned. Boo. It's also not an upgrade even if it was tuned. Honestly, at this point, other than body, it basically has to be a 3-star to be an upgrade. His armor RG's actually been making a comeback. Weapon RNG, not so much. Though I can't complain too much. This sword kind of pretty hard carried. It's not the best roll, but saved a lot of time. Because I didn't have anything to craft into it at the time. So if I had to make my own weapon there, that would have been like 20 minutes of crafting weapons. Instead it took 0. This next craft won't take that long at all though, because 2 out of 3 components is already done. Because we got the longsword as a drop, the bone right item as a drop. The only thing we're missing is the stonemason. Which you always have to craft at least once regardless, because you need to make a custom number. So in every circumstance, you always have to craft at least 1 item. Even when trading comes out, you're still going to want to have the ability to be able to do that. Because you might be able to trade very quickly for 2 components and get them pretty cheap. But you're always going to need the 3rd component to be a custom one so you can get the exact level you need. It's one of the reasons for, even if you're going non-Iron Man, why you would still want to have really high production skill. Because you always still need to go and adjust for the final number. Unless you could find someone who can craft you an exact number, which is going to be a lot more annoying. Like if you need exactly a level 1126 weapon. It's going to be really hard to find specifically if you can't craft it yourself. Or get someone who can directly craft it for you. Is getting something like a, you know, something within a range of 200 to 300, that's really easy. But getting an exact number item, gonna be kind of hard if you can't craft it yourself. I'm pretty sure you still could commission someone in the room, like go to the smithing room and be like, hey, I need this exact number. Can someone craft it for me for this amount? That's not the right weapon. Whoops. So I still can't wait till we have 200 all done. It's gonna feel so nice to be able to do anything again. But yeah, I believe we are going for the Mines of Batubin pivot. And just here and there poke the other stuff we need to do. Where we don't necessarily rush it down, but just keep poking it over time. So it's really nice if you can predict when something is going to die. Because you can actually pre-move if you know exactly when they're going to die. The problem with that is if you do it and they don't die, you waste time. But if you know almost for sure they're going to die, like they have 5 HP left and you're about to hit them with an average hit of like 40-something, you could easily do the pre-walk. Like right there. You could actually do the same thing with teleports as well. It lets you move about 1 or 2 tick earlier than you normally otherwise would. The problem with doing that in combat, though, is if you do it incorrectly, you waste way more time than you save. It's something that special attacks will probably be really good for. A really interesting tech that special attacks will probably have. Because assumably that mechanic will still be in after all the reworks. So you might want to use your special attack as a finisher, just to guarantee that you know for sure that you'll end up killing the enemy. Minimum hits would also help on skill tree with that. Because if you know 100% for sure you're pretty much killing the enemy with your next hit, you'd be able to pre-walk every single time, 100% consistently. Which doesn't sound like it saves that much time, but it saves about 0.7 seconds every time you do it. Oh, that menu does cancel it, though. Gotta not get a level up. There's a bunch of gear under him. I should probably go grab that. It's either this kill or next kill that should be our level. There we go. One more for good luck, I guess. Yeah, let's go make our weapon. This is the weapon that we're going to be using for pretty much the next day. Unless we get lucky with a drop somewheres. You're 49 scout and can't go for budding Bramith because you need the quest. I believe you just need partial completion. I thought the same thing initially, but I'm pretty sure you only need partial completion of Lost and Found. I don't believe you need any requirement to get there. Like, that quest does have requirements, but to be able to unlock the area where you fight them, I'm pretty sure there's no requirements at all. I think. I'm not sure because I did end up doing the quest to be able to get there for the first time. But I don't think you needed to. The point at which you get it within the quest is before it does any skill check. But you only need to do Forgotten Things up to a certain point, but it does not have any skill check up to that point. You don't need the woodcutting requirement, you don't need the combat requirement, you don't need the carpenter requirement. Every check for that is after you get access to the area, not before. Yeah, let's go craft some gear. Alright, where are we going? Probably just mine southwest. The only thing I need to do is make the stonemason item. I gotta go do some math now. Time to do math! Starring whatever this level is, and whatever that level is, and then adding them both together, and then subtracting that from whatever 80 times 3 is, which obviously 240. But, let's do some math. Calculator, where are you? We need help. Calculator! Gotta figure out what material I need. Where are you, calculator? There you are. Alright, so obviously we're minusing from 240. So 240 minus 64 minus 58. I need a 118. I don't know if we make it a 118 out of. What do we even have left that can make a 118, gosh? Running low. I really should have saved more material. Oh, this is gonna be rough. That's a lot of clicks. Okay, let's hope we get lucky. Because that's like 7 clicks every time to make a 118 from this. But we need it. First try, go. If only. That's not too bad. We gotta do 5 clicks. That's still awful. It's not too bad though. Could be worse. Alright, let me just redo the math real quick just to make sure this is correct. So this plus 64 plus 58 equals 240 divided by 3 equals 80. Yep. It is indeed 118. Just making sure. And then if you could just give us a drop, that'd be great. One star, one star, one star. Wonder how much this thing is worth at the end. Because this is worth 12.5. This is normally a stat I don't pay much attention to. Because I believe there are some situations where you combine 3 items together and it's actually worth a higher sell price than if you didn't. But yeah, it's basically 18.5. This is 12.5. And then whatever we get at the end of this. So I'm gonna keep track of what that number is and see if we actually lose or gain money from it. Or if it's exactly break even. Come on, don't make me have to get another inventory. This one or next one. Also, one thing I could technically be doing if we really cared about every cent that we get from these. You should actually be making them 2 levels higher than whatever you're actually doing. So if you know for sure these are our exact number, we should actually be making a 120 instead of a 118. Because they sell a little bit better at 120. But I'll still make a level 80 weapon. Maybe we'll do that for the next one if it's less clicks. Because that's another thing to consider. Is it'll still make the exact same item. But we'll get slightly more profit for it. A 121 is too high though, but a 120 is fine. This should still make a level 80. It's not that much more, but it does add up if you were to go really dry. This would mostly matter post 200. Pre 200, I'm pretty sure the money difference is barely anything. But post 200, you probably definitely want to do the extra 2. I guess under a new system, it also wouldn't really matter that much because the numbers are going to be so big. So the extra profit from 2 levels is almost 0. Compared to now where it's actually a little bit more substantial. Not by much though. Like what are we talking? We're talking a 4, 5, 8 compared to a, yeah, we make 70 bronze more. Or copper, whatever it's called. 70 copper more for making it a 120 instead of a 118. It's not a lot, but of course that gets multiplied even more once it's a 2-star. But hey, it's free money. There's also less clicks to be able to get there, which is probably the main reason why I'm doing it. It's 2 less clicks compared to making it the other way around. Watch that somehow make it into a 81 weapon. If I did math right, it should be a 80 still, even with these 2 levels. Because we did it for exact number. But now we're going to have 2 spear, but 2 spear doesn't make it go to the next level. Only every third does it go up. There we go. And now we can... Oh, I can't compare it either. Oh, no! I was going to compare it to the other thing. But let me go see something real quick. I'll get rid of the 2. Since that was probably our extra profit that we got from it. So what is 29 plus 12.5 plus 18.5? Let's see what this number comes down to. It is exactly 70. Now let's see what this item is that we end up crafting into. Is it worth more or less than 70 silver? Yep, it's still level 80. That's good. So is this more or less than 70? It is worth 71.9. Yeah, it did go up by about 1 silver. Interesting. Yeah, it gained like 1 silver in value. Like 1.5 silver for combining them. I've noticed that quite a few times when combining stuff. It actually does make them worth more often than not. Okay, let me go sell this junk so we can get a nice clean inventory before we go back. And then we'll go back. How's all of our skills up to 200 except for a scout? By playing way too much. How many hours are we at? We're at 1,360 hours so far right now. 1,360. Yeah, that will happen after a long period of time. We're nearly there. Should be there by Friday. Alright, back to combat. Oh, I should probably go get my potions. Oh, good. I need to come here anyways. Perfect. I forgot I would have to come back here regardless to go get them. Should only need the 2 though. Which is this one. And this one. Alright, back to combat now that we got a real weapon. And unfortunately, you can't pre-range these guys. They hit you with a range attack every attack. So we gotta melee them. Which means no free damage on them, unfortunately. Oh! Don't they have a glop next to them? I might go glop them while we kill them in the other room. Because we can get a free glop or 2 every time, or whatever that plant is called. And it's going to be worth way more than whatever on earth these things are dropping. They also need it for the 209 Fear Potion. But yeah, let me go check these real quick. It's not that far from a bank either. Is this room right over here? Oh wait, never mind. This is the room. It's this room right over here. Alright, do I bother double glopping? Or globe? Glow plant, not glop plant. I thought that was always called glop plant. It's actually called a glow plant. Yeah, I think these cost like almost like 5, 6 silver to buy. And you get them here for free. And we actually do need this. This is for the 209 Fear Potion. That one right there. Not the best gathering XP rate, but we can get it for pretty small downtime. You just keep grabbing this double spawn while killing these. And the bank is right down there. Here's where we are, and the bank is right there. It's not that far. We will slowly get the 2-8 gatherer we need. By any means necessary. We will get there. We should be able to get the rest while getting 208 woodcutting. Whatever I don't get from 200 scout. From 200 scout we should get about 203, 204. Then I'm hoping that 208 woodcutting gets the rest. If not, whatever's left over I'll do dandelions for. Which is not our best XP rate, but I want to go bank them for all these glops that we're getting now. And during the few times that we have to kill them. I'm pretty sure we have to come to Outlaw 2 more times before 200. Yeah, the next Outlaw is at 126. And then the Outlaw after that is at 171. I'm pretty sure that's the last one. Yeah, the other Outlaw is way too high. So yeah, we gotta revisit them 2 more times after this one. Really? No! I thought he would die. That's what I was saying, and it would waste time if you don't get it. No! I also went to the wrong tile. I should have manual clicked there. So many mistakes. Also, these apples are super not worth it, by the way. The highest tier one, it will be worth it. But it's not worth it for these red ones, and I think it's barely worth it for the blues. The problem with the blue ones is it's used for a pre-200 potion. Only the golden ones that let you make it 8% are worth it. Which end up making the 344 level potion. But you don't get that until the final outlaw, which is at like level 300 something. At least pre-rebalance. Obviously after the rebalance that could be different. I wonder if I can use my current file for the rebalance at all. So we could try all the endgame stuff. Like it makes a copy of our profile. Because I'm hoping we don't have to go all the way from scratch in the beta. Because it's going to be really annoying. If there's not like a dev tool that we could use to go like mass level. Because I'm not sure I'm going to grind all the way to chapter 3 to test stuff. If we have to manually grind from a fresh account. Just for the beta. Hopefully they'll have some kind of workaround for that. Because that's like a good 20 hours to get there properly. Maybe 15 hours. Yeah, that's something I didn't factor. We could actually die to these guys. It shouldn't happen often. But if they want to hit hard enough, we could definitely die. When did we decide we were going to main Brighter Shores? Back in March when it was announced last year. The second I saw, like, Andrew Gower new MMO, it's like, oh yeah, that's going to be our next MMO for the next, like, decade. The second it was announced, I was like, yep, that's the one. And then after I started playing, it was like, yep, that's the one. I'm actually really surprised more people weren't into the game than, like, with how much I was into it. Because this game is pretty much everything I wanted it to be. Obviously, it still has a lot that it needs to finish. But its premise is everything that I wanted from the game. This has a lot of work till it's, like, fully fleshed out. But, you know, it's getting there. But I mentioned pretty early on, we'd still be around regardless of player number. As long as he keeps updating it, the servers are still up, we'll be around. Like, obviously it'd be nicer if the number was bigger, but that's definitely not a requirement for me. If the best peak it gets is like 5,000 over the next decade, that's perfectly fine for me. Maybe something like Gems of War that we did for a decade. Well, it is on a billion different platforms and most people play on mobile. The Steam version's highest peak ever. It's been out for a decade. Its highest peak ever was a couple years ago. And it was only like 3K, not even 3K. I think it was like 2.8K. Oh, a chunk account. Apparently they got out of Zone 1. They're not far enough to unlock a class yet. Probably requires too many chunks. Oh yeah, I'm still looking forward to whenever they add mini-games. I really want to see what he does with Stealing Creations Part 2. Like a mini-game that incorporates like nearly every skill in the game. I feel like this game would also work really good for region-based mini-games. Like ones that incorporate only one or several chapters. But incorporates every single skill within those chapters. They gotta be really careful with EXP rates balance though. It's something that he's been pretty bad at doing the first time around. Minigames that give way too much XP compared to primary training methods. Like, the main reward needs to be the rewards themselves, not necessarily XP. Because he's been really bad at balancing that in the past. Like, not that the minigames would give no XP, but they have to be balanced in a way that it doesn't become, like, the only way you ever train the skills. Is this guy, like, juggling something? I can't tell what he's doing because he keeps going back and forth. Now he's been replaced by a thief. I know we lost a chunk guy. Scouting out the land. I still can't tell what he's doing. There's no way someone would bother botting a chunk account. I just can't tell what he's doing right now, though. And I feel like most chunk accounts make a video series on their thing. I'm not sure if he has. The only two people that I know that are actually there's a few people. There's Room Locked by Gold Rocket. There's whatever the cabbage guy is called. I forget his name. I just know him as the cabbage guy, the one item guy. I forget what his YouTube is called, but the cabbage guy. And the other one is Missing Pier. He's doing the extreme one chunk and is currently needing to get like 400 something fishermen. He needs to be able to do the highest tier flounder and eel, which means he needs 472 fishing, doing only flounder and eel and no other fish. I'm not sure how close he is, but he's probably a mile away. Oh, was New Bugatti his name? Yeah, that was Cabbage Guy. But yeah, Missing Pier is doing extreme one chunk and he has to do 462 fisher almost immediately. And Golden Rocket's doing like a pretty light room locked account. There's like pretty light rules as far as what's needed to move on. I believe Missing Pier is the only person doing an extreme one chunk. Where he literally has to do the highest node in every room he ever reaches. I think he did ban shops though. So if he unlocks the chef room, he wouldn't necessarily need to do 500. Unless it's only available from the shop. Oh wait, he might actually need to then. I'm sure how his rules would work for that. Because that means if he eventually unlocks the chef room, he might have to do 490 chefs still. Because he banned shops, but he banned shops only for items that you can't get through any other means. But eggs you can't get through any other means. Which means, yeah, he would have to do 490 chef if he unlocked that room. He's 2 chunks away from there, though. So he has like 1 buffer room before he's forced to have to do that. Honestly, I would never play a restricted account like that. It would drive me insane how inefficient everything would be. I don't mind playing hard official game modes though. Like whenever they release hardcore or some kind of other similar Iron Man mode. But I would definitely not do like a room locked account or some other similar thing. It would just take forever to do anything. Like, the game already takes forever. You don't need to make it take forever and a half. Just getting 500 all is already forever. Don't need to be even longer. It's one of the reasons why I'm going to be enabling trading as well. 500 all is already such an absurd grind. Doesn't need to be even harder. Also because we plan to do a bunch of bossing when it does come out. Which favors non-Iron Man a lot more. If we ever want to camp a boss after getting every drop. If this game was to have 20 plus episodes, would this be the grindiest game ever? Not quite. I'm pretty sure 200 mil all in old school RuneScape is still longer than 500 all by the time we hit 20 chapters. Oh, he's gonna kill me. Yep, saw that coming. Whoops, probably should have drank way earlier. Luckily it doesn't take that long to get back. But no, I'm pretty sure 500 all by that many chapters is less time. It's hard to tell though. Because of course you gotta keep in mind that XP rates will technically be better over time in Brighter Shores as well. Either from new quest rewards or just new methods or just things in general. Also, all gathering skills technically become easier over time. As there's more gold in the game and easier ways to get gold, you can upgrade your tools further. And being able to upgrade your tools further makes you spend less time on every gathering skill in the game. As currently it's really unrealistic to get a level 100 tool as of right now. But in like a year or two from now, that'll be a lot more realistic to do. Uses a lot more money in the economy. As well as a lot better money making methods compared to now. Alright, you're allowed to hit us something bigger than a 1-digit number. Wow, if we would have got, we almost just died again. That's so sad. In all fairness, we are lower level than them by 2, but still. We're actually pretty decently geared for once. How can an Iron Man get a level 100 tool? You'd have to do a lot of merchant leatherwork or other money-making methods. Combat will also generate a lot of money. Because going to level 2000 combat in a new system is a lot if you pick up everything. Including now if we were to pick up everything. It's a lot of the time in the current economy right now, the foraging supplies are better than the low-level drops. It's not until around like level 150 plus, particularly 200 plus, where the ground items are particularly good. Otherwise, the foraging items that you have around you are better value. This thing's sell price is worse, but the price to buy from a shop is more expensive than how much we'd get for anything on the ground right now. And we actually need these pretty immediately as well. This is for the 209 Fear Potion. Actually, we can check it this way as well. 209. Which is the next potion we need to be making. I'm just not doing it yet because I want to maximize how many we get of the current potion we're on. But the second we hit 219, I'm going to probably craft like everything we can that isn't like horrible value in our bank. Don't do it. Don't do it. I see him eyeing this one. He did it. No! He did the thing I said not to do. Oh no. That's the only problem with this room. If we're trying to camp just these two plants, if anyone takes even a single unit nearby, we gotta wait for the next spawn. Or go a mile away to kill the next one, and then we're a billion miles from the plant. Come on, there's like 3 of them over there. Go for any of those. Yeah, there we go. There's also an entire other room, too. In that little hallway over there. It's actually closer if you're just teleporting in as well. But generally people who get here for the first time will train here. Like that guy as well. But then again, he already got his class. If anyone without a class icon above their head, they're generally going to train here immediately because this is where the level 0s are. Level 0. So we're making a pretty nice amount of money. We almost have enough to go buy our pickaxe. I actually am considering the level 35 pickaxe again. Are the bots dead? I'm pretty sure there's still some amount of bots in this game. Or for the most part, no one's really bothering to bot it. Because there's no money to be made by botting it. Even when trading comes out, the ratio of them running something like an old school RuneScape bot, or even a RuneScape 3 bot, or a Final Fantasy bot, or a World of Warcraft bot, would probably make like 10 times more than a Brighter Shores bot. So they really have no reason to. But personally, I haven't really been seeing any bots lately. Because there's currently no reason to bot the game. Or at least most of the reasons that people normally would are invalid for the current state of Brighter Shores. They do need better bot detection though, for sure. Hopefully it'll have that situated before trading comes out. So I was about to go check something, I already forgot what it was. Oh yeah, I was gonna go check the cost of the pickaxe. Let me go check that real quick. Is this number minus that number? What is 28 minus 46? 28 minus 46, 28 minus 46. It is 18. Oh, can I afford that now? I thought it was like 20 something. Wait, is it really only 18.5? Let me go put this exactly into calculator. Like the exact amount. I think I can afford this now. It's 46.2 minus 28.5. Yeah, it's only 17.7. Somewhere around there. Don't we have that now? Yeah, we have that now. I can actually afford 35 pickaxe right now if we wanted. I think we're going for it. It gives us an extra 1% XP. Which doesn't sound like much. But on the way to 500 mining, that probably saves like several hours. At the cost of like 17 gold. We did the math on it earlier. I think it's like 3 gold for every hour saved. Like we did some pretty rough guesstimation. But I think it came out to for every 3 gold we spent to get it to 35, we would save about 1 hour. Or, you know, like the gold ratio is about 3 gold per hour saved by the end of it all. By the time you hit 500. don't know, special attack weapons, some might be expensive. I don't think they're going to be too crazy, though. Because they're pretty cheap to make. It depends what they do with the rarity curve after the update. Because that's something that hasn't really been answered question-wise. Like, what's happening to the rarity curve. Because after the rarity curve hits the worst drop rate, it's pretty bad to make something. Like, those are going to be pretty expensive. But prior to that, they're pretty easy to make. Like, the longsword we just made, like, that's super free to make. Like, this level 80 longsword. Hey, the new player's talking to us. I just about committed. Which reminds me, I'm about halfway done with all quests on the new account. Or, you know, on our 2 other accounts. They're both getting really close to Lost Shipment. I believe at that point they're officially halfway there. Yeah, I think on average we've been playing about 12 hours a day, is what it came to on average since launch. It's pretty much the only game I've been playing since launch. The only things we've really done in between then is like old school RuneScape's League, and that's it. Then the dailies for Gems of War and covering some videos on it here and there. But beyond that, all of our free time has pretty much just been Brighter Shores. Hello, Mario. We have rookie numbers? I know, right? Honestly, there are some people who are already at like 2,000 hours. It's kind of insane. I could never go that much. It's like an average of like 16, 17, 18 hours a day or something. Hopefully this guy will notice I'm going to the other room. I'm not gonna be able to see whatever he says. Gotta go bank our flowers. You'll be level 1,600 today? Nice. Huge congrats. Yeah, it's the first thing we're probably gonna rush after after we end up getting 200 all. Because by the time we get 200 all, we're gonna be so close to 4,000 total. I might just do some things to bolster up to 4,000 total. And then after that, we'll go for things we actually need. Well, I might just go for things we actually need, because a lot of those things are pretty good XP anyways. Like, doing woodcutting gather is actually really good XP at the current level range we're at. Like, really, really good. It's a grind we have to do anyways. So what level are we going to now? I said we would go for about like 82-ish. Honestly, I kind of almost want to keep going. I kind of want to go to the point where we go to like maybe 85 for now. I want to get to the point where I can pretty much AFK these later. Because I recall this next enemy be kind of annoying to kill. Alright, what level is my oak though? Ooh. Wait, that next enemy is actually kind of good, though. Maybe it's worth not AFKing it. I just realized. But isn't my oak tree really high level right now? Let me double check on my woodcutting thingy. What level is our oak? Yeah, our oak's at 189. Is the third best log we'd be doing right now. Because you can always do one oak tree between every kill. It's close enough to a bank where I might even bank it too. Banking part's up in the air on if we're gonna bother or not. I might not bank it. But it's 100% worth at least cutting them if nothing else and just dropping them to the ground. But even at 85, I'm not sure we can tank them properly. At least definitely not AFK-wise, we can't. Actively, we could. As long as we make sure to heal when we need to heal. I just realized, still no drop from these guys. We just hit level 82, and now we're able to wear all their drops. All 0 of them. Oh no. We've only been doing them for 2 levels, but still. We have not gotten a single upgrade this entire time from this particular enemy. Oh, he's asking something. Optimal way to progress. I'm not sure what he means by that. Oh, that's interesting. That is very interesting. The sad part is that is weaker than my 2-hand. Gosh, 2-hands are so broken. Though, oh! 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 I need to make a shield upgrade, potentially. Or just use what we have. Oh! Oh, it's only 31% though. What I'm owing about. The next 2 enemies are weak to fire. It didn't click till just now. The problem is that's like almost the lowest roll you can get. Oh, that's really unfortunate. I wish that was a bigger number than 31%. There's like 1% off from the lowest you could even have. But the next 2 enemies we have to fight are both weak to fire. I'm just not sure if that damage makes up for the fact that this 2-hand is better. It's also a slow hitting weapon rather than a quick hitting weapon. But yeah, this longsword's probably still better to be honest. Which is kind of sad. It's probably the case even against fire weak enemies. Though we can offset it at the earlier side if nothing else. At the lower range, we can use this, so we get the shield benefit. And then the second we stop dying, we start going longsword. So we can get some value from this weapon, it's just not going to be a lot. It's going to be pretty minimal. So I lost a tile there. I hate when I do that. I should have went there and then moved over. So when are we going to get a half-decent range weapon? Every single time this entire chapter, we keep getting nothing or javelin. Which in the current state of the game is pretty much our worst range weapon. Though I could definitely see it being really good if it gets a lifesteal special attack though. As I believe it's the only Necromay weapon that is one-handed. Actually no, that's not true. Hammer Mage gets one as well. Theirs is quicker attack speed though compared to this. This is the slowest attack speed Necromay range. I believe Guardian has super high attack speed, and I believe it's two-handed as well. And Hammer Mage is one-handed at I believe 5 tick. Actually, no, I want to go check. 1 second. stonemason. Isn't it 5 tick? I know it's one-handed. I just forget if it's 5 tick or 6. It should be either 4 tick or 5 tick. I'm pretty sure it's 5 tick. No, it actually is 4 tick. Oh, no. No, it is actually 6 tick. Interesting. It's actually as slow as Cryonite. I never noticed that. They both have a 6 tick range Necrome that are also both one-handed. It's basically the same weapon. It just looks different. They should effectively work the exact same way. Never noticed that. I was always assumed this gigantic javelin was, you know, just a little bit slower attack speed than these. Like a little pebble. I would assume a little pebble would be quicker to throw than a, even these elaborate pebbles. Like, I assume something like this would be way quicker to throw than, you know, an entire javelin. I never realized they're both that slow. I know ours was. I didn't realize theirs was also that slow. Oh, speaking of which, hello, javelins. This seems to be the only ranged weapon you want to give us ever. Oh, so after 41 votes in the poll, should we sign up for the combat beta test or avoid it for no insider knowledge? 80% say yes, 20% say no, so... Yeah, we'll definitely try to get access to it then. Hopefully it'll announce sometime later today or tomorrow how to do so. And if we are allowed to stream it, we will stream it, though I have a feeling we're not allowed to stream it. Because if so, we'll do that sometime this week. What level did we start today? At 70? Wait, did we start to stream at 70? Because we've made a lot of progress, if so. I always keep underestimating how many levels per hour you can get. But yeah, that means we're doing a little over than 3 an hour. And that's counting the time of banking everything and making a weapon upgrade. And we still made over 3 levels an hour. My brain shut off for a second there. It's like, what am I supposed to use this on? You know what I keep getting tempted to use it on? Stonemason. My mind's like, ooh, I need to go get Stonemason up. But no, I actually do want to go get all the Carpenter moments eventually. At least the tier 5. Which means 315 eventually way down the line. Because that gives us a good supply of weapon upgrades for a very long time. Assuming the new system is scaled pretty similarly. If you just assume this number times 5, getting that high of a level does the following for the Suave pole, which is really good. It lets you make up to a... We'll find it somewhere here. It lets you make up to a level 450 weapon for bone rate. So if you get 270 something carpentry, whatever that was, it lets you make a 450, because it's one less than whatever this number is. So a 450 spear. So whatever 450 times 5 is, which is what? It's 2,250? Somewhere around there. So you can make a level 2,250 spear, which is already more than enough than you even need for Chapter 4. You would only need higher after Chapter 5. But that lasts us all the way to Chapter 4. If we were to get carpentry to 200, whatever it just said. 291. 291 carpentry gets you to 450 bone rate, or 2,250 under the new system. Which is more than enough you even need for the current chapters that exist. It's not until Chapter 5 that you need higher. Well, there's a few skills that are kind of slow that are worth doing it into. The main ones are in Chapter 1, Alchemy, Chapter 2, Carpenter, Chapter 3, Everything, or, you know, all 3 production skills, and in Chapter 4, Leatherworker. The only reason I'm doing the Carpentry now is because it's related to the chapter. So if I'm going to do a bunch of activities in Hope Forest, I'm dumping into Carpentry. If I'm doing something like Merchant in Chronopolis, I'm probably dumping into Leatherworker. And if we're doing anything in any location, we're probably dumping into Mines of Atupin. It just, you get to train a lot of smithing and stonemason doing 500 mining. Like a lot. It's only bone rate that you really have to go out of your way for, which I do plan to start doing the AFK activity for soon. However, bone rate is covered really heavily by Gatherer and Delver in Chapter 5. I was just dunking the bones that you get from 500 Gatherer and 500 Delver. In itself is probably already almost 500 bone rate. Or at least a good amount of contribution towards it. Because generally speaking, if you were to dump it into any one skill, your weapon making skill in Chapter 3 is always the best target to go for, more often than not. if you were to dump your knowledge into any one thing. The only skill that's ever going to be more valuable than it is if they make the mechanic that requires you to enhance your equipment a skill rather than a shop. We don't know what chapter that would be in, but likely chapter 6 if it was to be introduced. And is the one skill that might actually be more worthwhile than the weapon making skill in Mines of Batubin. So there are some times that I use it on any skill. Like if you're really close to the next XP threshold. Like if we're at 260 mining and we really just want to get there quicker. Just knowledge it till we get to 262. It's really good when you're near the next activity. Because the amount of XP that you jump is so high post 200. I'm curious if you ever get another alchemy skill if we'll get active boost potions, because those are going to be used so much. Like if you could boost to do an activity early. Like if there was a +5 active boost and you can start doing these leaks at like 203. Because the amount of extra XP would be so high compared to the alternatives of doing dandelions or goat horde. It's a low campaign! Welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. Currently just trying to grind out our final 200. They announced the beta for combat soon as well. They'll be announcing how to sign up for it. But hopefully we can get access to it and try it out soon. But they're doing that sometime in the next few days or so. They got announced today, but they haven't announced how you're going to be able to sign up for it. Even once we do sign up for it, even if we do get it, we won't probably get it immediately. It could be a couple days until we do. Yeah, production skills have a lot of downtime and need to get their resources. It's one of the reasons why carpentry is actually pretty decent to put into too. Because you always have to consider the downtime of all the logs you need to gather anyways. Also, due to things like bramble, 500 woodcutting does not actually get you 500 carpenter. It gets you close, but it doesn't get you all of it. And mining has the same issue into stonemason and smithing. Unless you over-prioritize ore or stone, 500 mining does not give you 500 blacksmith or stonemason. It gets you a lot of XP towards both, but it doesn't get you 500. Oh, that's actually an upgrade, I think. Go back. The biggest issue is the main stats we care about is not better on. You've been playing a huge amount the last week or so? Nice. Oh, you mean you haven't been? Never mind. I know you still get a lot of progress. I'm actually really surprised how far my 2 alt accounts are right now. They play for like an hour or 2 a week. And they're currently at like 630 total level. And half the quest completed in the game. It's actually not that bad. Like, you make quite a bit of progress off of just passives. It is over the course of about 3 months, slightly higher. Because I think I made them like a few days into the game. Like day 3, day 4, somewhere around there. And by barely playing them at all, they've already gotten to all chapters completed, half the quests, and like 630 total or so. With their average playtime being an hour or 2 a week. So you can make quite a bit of progress off of just passives alone. Yeah, the only times I played a little bit more was when we did the 200 all grind. And when we were doing the all hat grind. Back when they had the Christmas event. Because if I would have played them the normal amount, they would have been like 5 to 8 hats short. So I had to play them a little bit extra. Yeah, currently I have them 8th keying their production skill. One's getting 500 bone right, the other one's getting 500 stone mason. Just in case I don't get them too high on my main account anytime soon. Because I'm going to be getting them higher, but I'm not going to be getting them 500 high. At least no time soon. Eventually, of course. Yeah, for mining, one thing I wish I would have done with doing the mining grind, I wish I would have dropped everything up to like level 150 or 200 or so. At least until tier 4. I feel like I overbanked tier 1, 2, and 3. Because you use them so minimally pre-200. And even under a next new combat system, you're probably barely going to use them. I got way too many of them than I needed. I would say in general, that's the biggest mistake we made across the board, is just banking too much material that didn't really need to be banked at lower level ranges. Alright, can this level up menu come up already? I hate when the knowledge points gets delayed because of the level up menu. There we go. It brought up that menu just to tell us that nothing happened. Wonderful. I'm still not sure if I'm doing this fire blade or not. It's about 10% worse damage per hour, or per second, or per whatever. It's like 10% less damage. But we get the benefit of it being fire occasionally, which I'm not sure how much that helps. And we also get to wield shield. Our shield is not awful right now, but it's also not amazing. It's a 4-star, but it's like 25 levels behind. Oh, good. Oh, wait, that's actually huge. Oh, that's actually really big. Now, those we're definitely using. The next two enemies we were fighting are weak to fire. It was got 44% fire daggers. Ooh. Why couldn't this be 44%? Why couldn't our main hand be that good? But yeah, there's two enemies in this chapter weak to fire. And they're currently back-to-back in our upcoming thing. The grass thingy and the Wendigo. Wendigo is weak to fire, right? Yeah, me and the blue weak to fire. That's gonna be really helpful. Doesn't help us at all right now, though. These things will always range you. But it should be really good on our next two enemies. Honestly, probably more useful than a sword. Probably just be better to use two-hand and use fire daggers than to bother using the sword plus the fire dagger. At least until we get special attacks. Like, if special attacks were out right now, you would definitely be using the sword. It's not even a question. But without them, honestly, this is probably better. The sword better be set on fire when you do the special attack for it. I'll be so disappointed if it's not. The spec better be just like a really big fire blade. Whole thing should just be ignited in flames. Hello, Mr. Sandwich. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. But at this point, I think we're going to be doing what we mentioned earlier. We're going to go till 85. Level and a half more. I feel like it's a good cutoff and grab dinner. And then we'll do the Gems of War stream a little bit after. At the normal time. And then hopefully by tomorrow we'll have more news on the combat beta. Do we stream on Twitch as well? No, we only stream on YouTube. We are YouTube only. Oh no, I might eventually start multi-streaming to it or something. I've just always preferred YouTube over Twitch. We tried Twitch for like a few weeks and then moved to YouTube for like 8 years. I never bothered doing anything to Twitch. Yep, catch you later, Mrs. Sandwich. Thanks for stopping by. Oh well, we're really losing this fight. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more people streaming the game on Twitch, that's for sure. Like, we might be the only YouTube stream right now. Compared to Twitch that probably has like 10 people, I think. Which, how do you even check on YouTube? Let me go check real quick. I know when we were checking earlier, there was like about, like 10-ish on Brighter Shores. I mean, on Twitch. How do you even check on YouTube? I wonder where they hit it. It's like underneath the thing of the thing. Let me see. Click on here. Yep, we are literally the only stream. Let's see, by region, worldwide. Yep, we are the only stream on YouTube right now. We are literally the only person on all of YouTube streaming Brighter Shores. Whereas Twitch probably has like 8 to 10 different people right now. But yeah, just check the YouTube's page thingy where it shows every single stream for it. We are literally the only one. On all of YouTube. At least at this exact moment in time. Which also means there's not a single person on Twitch streaming, multi-streaming to YouTube either. Because they only stream to Twitch for the same reason we only stream to YouTube. Up another new player. It's like our third one we've seen since we've been here. It makes sense though, because when you come in here, these are level 0s, so they're the first thing you attack. With a nice laugh, thank you. I'm not sure if I would ever go back to Twitch to any capacity. It's the same reason I wouldn't go start multi-streaming like Kick or Facebook Live or anything else. There's really isn't a need to. Because if you're gonna bother multi-streaming to one place, you might as well multi-stream to them all. Oh, I thought that was a drop for a second. Because their name is orange. I hope they change it in the future. Their name is orange, so sometimes I think it's a drop when their head is like blocking it or their body. Because I see orange text and it's like, oh, we got a 4-star. But no, it's just their name. For whatever reason, it's the exact same color as a 4-star drop. Out of every color in existence, and they choose the exact same one. That's something else to mention in the long list of things related to the combat rework. Not directly related, but still related to combat. They gotta change the name to something that isn't the color of a rarity drop. Doesn't matter what, just pick a color. There's anything that already isn't taken by a rarity. There's no reason why that text should be orange. I don't care what color you change it to, but it needs to not be orange. Or any other rarity that's already taken by a enemy drop. Also interesting, we actually passed 2 dandelions for 0 tile. I should probably be grabbing them. I didn't notice that until just now. Every time we go to bank, we 0 tile 2 dandelions. Which I should probably be plucking every time. So next trip, I'm gonna leave 2 inventories free. Which actually, next trip is probably our final trip. Yeah, we'll go until we get 1 more inventory of globs. And grab the double dandelion while over there. These I should pretty much put us at our end goal. Oh no! I should have done the other thing! I should have done the 7%. Now we're gonna have to wait. Oh no. What have I done? What have we done? Please tell me we have a passive activity we can unlock or something. No! What have we done? Please tell me we get one at level 84. Oh no! What have we done? Gonna have to waste some knowledge. Alright, now we gotta wait. Oh no, is it worth waiting just for 7%? Probably not. It's not gonna stop me from doing it though. I should have drank a 7% earlier. At some point it'll let me use it. There we go. Yeah, that reminds me. On the previous plan, hypothetically, if we were to get 291 carpentry at some point, no time soon, but when we do get 291 carpentry, to go with our 293 woodcutting, I would then need what gathering level? 280. So 293 woodcutting, 291 carpentry, and 280 gatherer. That's not awful. That takes forever. But that's not awful. That allows the crafting of level 450 weapons. Or under the new system around 2250 weapons. AKA bone-right weapons all the way to max combat for what currently exists in the game. And even some into Stonewall Hill. Because that's probably our long-term end goal for all three of these. 280, 293, 291. One other nice thing about that for Gatherer too is I need that for Alchemy anyways. So we get to double dip its usefulness. Because we already need that level to go get our best Cryonate potion. Which hopefully gets buffed down the line. But we're already going to need to do that anyways. For when we get to 270 something, 277. We already need that for 277 Alchemy anyways. So it's a grind we're already going to have to do. The most intimidating thing out of that, honestly, is probably the woodcutting grind, almost more so than Carpenter. Because the whole entire time I'd be dumping knowledge into Carpenter, so it's not going to feel as bad. I'm not quite sure if we're doing the same for woodcutting, given that the tools are already so upgraded. Also, I don't plan to do the AFK activity. Yeah, at this point we'll go until we finish out this inventory, I think. I don't activate key these off stream. Start working on the fire guys. And who knows, if I grind enough off stream, we might be at the mushroom already. There's the mushroom again. I think it's weak to yellow, immune to green. That means I might still be doing fire dagger by then. Next two enemies are weak to fire, so honestly we kind of got kitted up pretty nice. How viable is that to just using longsword? We'll find out. But I'm pretty sure I'm just gonna longsword them, even though we got the perfect fire kit. Obviously, we'll still range them with these weapons, though. But I'm probably barely using the one hand. Biggest issue I would say is the low fire percent. 31% is kind of awful. There's 1% off the worst roll you can even get. Oh, so this higher level archers look pretty cool. Too bad that's not actual gear in the game. Dude, that's a pretty nice outfit setup right there. Yep, Shuno's catching up on us. What are Shuno's working on? Oh, Shuno's already 200 all. They don't have any quick skill left. Well, other than Merchant to 500, but you know what I mean. As well as these two to 500. I mean, like, pre-200 quick skill. It's something we knew for a while. But we didn't start cashing it out until the combat rework stuff. Is our total level was really deflated. Because we had no combat levels. We had like 50, 50, 100 at one point. And now they're all going to be 200. Your total level has been low because of that for a while now. What's kind of crazy is my ES's score. They're ranked 6 with... Let's count how many skills are below 200. 1. I'm not going to count that one. It's basically there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That one's already basically there. 7 skills below 200, basically. That's a lot of very free quick levels. I wouldn't be surprised if, even though they were like ranked like 10 for a little while they were doing 500 roll, I wouldn't be surprised if they're actually ranked 2 right now. Like past Vorpal soon. The only reason that might not happen is Vorpal's been doing like combat only recently, which is really quick total level. But with 7 levels pre-200, that's a lot compared to all post-200 stuff. I'm gonna grab the double dandelion this time around after we get our next double glob. It's something I actually probably should have been doing this whole time, because they're both 0 tile and I need them anyways. Because this dandelion will be 0 tile and the other one over there is 0 tile. Or one of them. Double check what the path is when we go through. I know coming in it is. I'm not sure if it's the other way around as well, but maybe it is. That might be one of the reasons why I didn't do it before. It might only be 0 tile one way. It might only be double 0 tile if you're going in rather than going out, because your pathing would be slightly different. I'm about to find out. I still think we'll go for one more inventory. I was gonna make this the last one, but I do want to reach that level. Yeah, it is only the other way around. Interesting. Okay, I'll wait for double glob then, if that's the case. It is only 0 tile when you come in through the other side. Interesting. That's why I never noticed it the other times. They're both only 0 tile one way, not the other way. Because if we do one more inventory, that'll get us definitively to 85. And then off stream after dinner, I'll go AFK these then. Because honestly, I kind of want to get these more than I want to get the oak logs. I don't think the oak logs are that worth banking. This is a little bit too far behind where we would want it to be. That's another thing too, you can't get any pine synergy, can you? There's pine synergy with gather, but there's no pine synergy with combat, which is kind of unfortunate. Actually, that's not true, Windingo. Ooh, wait. Oh. Wait, we can Windingo them. Ooh, wait, that's actually kind of good. Interesting, that one flower is only 0 tile the other way around. Because of how wide your character goes initially. Yeah, this one's 0 tile. And because he doesn't hug it yet, this one will also be 0 tile. Interesting. Oh, is that the final tier one? No, that's the one tier below. I want to see what the final tier of this guy looks like. Because the second to last one looks really cool. It makes me kind of want to know what the final one looks like now. Oh. This might be our first upgrade since we initially got an upgrade from getting here. No! The thing we got from our very first kill we got to finally retire. The Insta 4-star we got earlier is no longer viable. Sad. But there's our upgrade. Actually, we can't even see it because I did the other thing, but there we go. Alright, we still have our upgraded boots from earlier. I should combine 2 items together. It was originally a 77 boot. Then we combined it into a 4-star 68 with 2 random junk items we had. Because it was the highest 4-star we had at the time. I mean 3-star, I mean. If we were to do it now, we'd do it into legs. Just so it would last a bit longer. Because it still would have been an upgrade. So where are the other two? Why are they so far apart compared to each other? Too bad there weren't outlaws in the other room, because I believe they're way closer together in the other room. The problem is there's nothing to do in the other room other than gather them. And it's probably because of the cutscene that was used during the storyline. There's literally nothing else to do, I believe, in that entire room but to gather the globs. Or the globes, I mean. So unfortunately it has no synergy whatsoever. Yep, 4 for level to go. We're almost there. And then what's tomorrow's goal? Probably around 120-ish. Well, 120-ish definitely by the end of the day. I don't know, maybe we'll try hitting it on stream. That would take a while, though. Because I'll probably have like 100 by the end of tonight. Roughly, give or take a little. Which one are our next 2 enemies? Yeah, we'll definitely be on this Wendigo by then. Which means our 2 main enemies for tomorrow is probably the Bramble. Maybe some still of that one guy. But yeah, definitely Wendigo for some amount probably. Oh, Goblin is pretty free. Yeah, Bramble and Goblin are the main two. Problem is, Cryo Knight, we don't really get a good weapon for either. They're both weak to yellow, oddly enough. Unless we get lucky, we're not going out of our way to make a yellow weapon there. We're just gonna longsword both of them. Potentially without an upgrade either. I might still be running the level 80 longsword if we don't get something better by then. Just not sure exactly when we would want to upgrade. Maybe so much around here. Like before the Goblin. Like a 105 longsword probably. Which would be a 25 level upgrade from there. I was hoping we get a 3-star longsword before then. So we could tune it up to where we need it to be. Because right now we have no crafting material. We have no longsword, we have no anything. No boneright item, no stonemason item. We don't have a single material to upgrade with at the moment. We've been doing good on armor, but pretty bad on weapons. Oh yeah, I finally got that 272 watch person, by the way. I've been putting that off for so long. We finally got around to it. Is the main thing we don't know. Another thing we don't know about the new conversion is, does it take into account all of your EXP or just your current level? So I wanted to make sure that we're like all the way down on each of the EXP meters, particularly for anything post 200, just in case it takes your level rather than your exact EXP number. All right, there we go. Level 85. That was our end goal we wanted. Gonna still keep going until we have a full inventory though. Minus maybe 4 to go grab the dandelions while we're heading over there. Technically I could minus 8 so we can get both from dandelion. Which means I only need one more spawn then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 because I can just teleport out. Because I'm probably heading over to the alchemy AFK. Which, oh no! We're almost done doing the best potion in the game. We're gonna have to say goodbye to it starting 2 days from now. Not tomorrow, but the following day. By the time we hit Wednesday, we would no longer be able to AFK the alchemy. We still can, we just can't make the really good potion. We'd have to make the, if we want to keep going with it, we gotta make the 8% hope port. Which we'll probably just chug immediately so we don't have to do it as long. See, let me go double check. Do they have any more info on it yet? Let me see, let me see. Do we have anything? Nope, still none. Soon, soon. I have a feeling we're not getting it today. The combat beta. Though I didn't really expect that they would launch it today. But, nope, no more info on it yet. But we'll get it in time. Yeah, let's go grab all of our stuff. Grab one of you, one of you, one of you. Make sure to manual tie over there. Oh, gotta make sure you don't walk into that one directly. Because if you click on it normally, you'd go there, but you definitely want to go here. But then again, I guess in that situation, it actually wouldn't have mattered. Do it how it is. Since you can't walk through it. But anyways, guys, we're going to be calling it here for now. We will be back tomorrow around same time as always, noon Eastern Standard Time. Main game plan for tomorrow is pretty much the same game plan as this entire week, unless we get access to the beta and we're allowed to stream it. But otherwise, yeah, working towards 200 scout. Getting maybe a little bit of gathering wood cutting along the way. Dumping all knowledge pretty much into carpentry. And that is our game plan. Let's go store these away, and we'll go get our supplies so we can start AFKing the thingy. Then grab a bite to eat. We'll still have another stream in about 2 hours, but it'll be for Gems of War, not for Brighter Shores. But next Brighter Shores stream will be noon tomorrow. Eastern Standard Time, same time as always. Also, Mighty is finally post 4,000 as well. Nice, huge congrats. 4,019. Let's grab a couple of these. I highly doubt we'll need it for this long, but I'd rather grab way too many than not enough. Actually, I ended up crashing the other night, and I'm so glad I did, because if I didn't, I would have only set it for like an hour or two. But I ended up sleeping randomly out of nowhere for like 8 hours, and it's like, oh no. Because I meant to just take a quick nap, and then it turned into like actually sleeping for the night. So I always make sure, just in case, that I always do the bigger amount. Just in case we like fall asleep or something, doing something. Just in case. Though I highly doubt it. We'll be back soonish. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much for stopping by. And yeah, once we know more info on the combat merge thing, we will mention it if we're allowed to. Unless there's like an NDA or something on it. But after 44 votes, it is 81% saying that we should go do the combat beta. So as long as they let us in, we shall. And if we're allowed to relay any info, we will. And if we're allowed to stream it, we will. And if we're not, then I'll mention everything after the fact, I guess, when we're actually allowed to say stuff about it. But we don't currently know if we are or not allowed, but we'll know eventually. Hopefully in the next few days, next week, or whenever it comes around. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys later, and goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.